I'm working away at it. We're about halfway through the classes. And I don't think I'm gonna be saying no to anybody. I think I'm not solid on any of this yet, but I might have to be in like an everyone swap or no one swap kind of thing, just because like the power balance is very different. But like I said, I'm not totally solid yet. And then as for extending rules, I'll look at that too because it's mostly the same, give or take a few things. So, but like I said, I want to be fully informed and then maybe have a discussion about it. But yeah, just let you guys know where I am, working a way through, and we will come to that very soon.
Awesome.
Okay, but in the meantime, let us recap what has happened so far. You all have been making your way to Vasselheim, to the holy city up in the north of Isilra. There you hoped to find the power and magic to conceal the darkness that is this crown of a spider queen that you have found, you stumbled upon. You have been fraught with many dangers, but none more so than what felled your very ship. The monster who did it, an astral being, seemingly known as an Adronach that you know to be associated with the League of Miracles, attacked your ship alongside another creature, a woman, a ghostly woman with 6 arms and many daggers, which is, some of you have tasted the unfriendly company of, shall we say. It has been a cat and mouse game as you crash landed in the wilds of Asira. You have tried to do your best to evade, been found, tried to spare each other's lives, keep things secret while trying to balance the security of your party versus the secrets you mean to keep that crown safe. But luckily, you guys played hot potato with it and found a way to send it very far away very fast. And it seems to have stalled the efforts of this assassin and perhaps saving the lives of the master builder Ember and themselves. Nyx managed to convince, really convince this assassin of the impossible. A dragon showed up and took it. Due to some very good persuasion rolls and some earnest pleading for their lives, seemed to cast this assassin away and went running across probably for a very long time to try and track down this crown. But all of you have managed to find one another, come back alive, and been ferried henceforth to the top of the nearby spire, twin-peaked spire of a mountain. You have come to the monastery of the Metallic Order, where you met up with your friend Finch, who's been on like a very short vacation today. Had a little mushy trip, had a little thought that they were dead, was just sort of enjoying the liberty of death, and realized the bittersweet realization that they are very much still alive, and came to come to understand where they were a little bit better. The monastery, the Metallic Order, apparently an ancient order that protects something, but as of recently protects the crown of the spider. I have made a couple handouts for all of these things that have come up, so feel free to shop around, and I'll be sure to post them as we go, and maybe you guys can get a little character art for some of these people you've met this session. So, welcome back. Your dragon emissary is very tired and has departed your company for rest, really. Which I don't believe any of you know the name of yet, so we're gonna keep it that way. But yes, you are all following one Father Darrow into the order. I'll give you guys the handout on Darrow, because I decided, like all the other NPCs, you ought to be a good-looking guy. Where are you, Father Darrow? He's not showing up. Oh, man. I spelled his name wrong, that's why. Boom, in the roll 20 there, he's what he looks like. I'll give you, for those of you who aren't in there, I'll let you know. Elf with an undercut, a couple of platinum earrings, is wearing thick navy blue robes, has white hair, and comes to like a single long braid that sits across his shoulder, and has a couple of small markings along their face, and is a little bejeweled and bedazzled. Is an exceptionally good-looking priest, and begins to escort you all inside, and you come within the central cathedral very quickly, and see this ancient place of worship for none other than the Platinum Dragon, who the whole party has grown very close to. And Father Darrow will say, "We have made sure that beds will be made available to you in the dormitories. Please take rest, and we will be doing everything we can to heal any wounds you may have. It's been a long day and night, it sounds like, for all of you. Respite surely must be in order. Right this way, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have."
Of course.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know where the crown is being kept, or if it was brought here?
Yes. I admit I didn't know it was a crown. It looked more like a box of some kind. When the headmaster arrived with Paladin Finch, we were told they secured it within their. The headmaster secured it within his private sanctuary and told none of us to come or go for any reason. I would assume that it has been hidden away there. I have no doubt that the headmaster intends to return it to your keeping in due time.
Of course. And I believe that we do worry that the hunter that is currently after this object might be at some point en route here. Is that sanctuary protected?
The master has great powers at his disposal. The entirety of which I do not know, but I imagine he will be making the cloud solid to create a wall. That is often a defense measure that has been used on occasion. You can also manipulate the weather to make it difficult. I know not what assails you, and you would want to speak to the headmaster about the specifics, but I believe this place to be one of great sanctuary.
Some sort of ghost or fiend or person that is a ghost or fiend. She can walk through walls, disappear, and fly.
I see.
Maybe fly. Actually, I'm not sure yet.
Well, I have every faith that the headmaster has taken every precaution to ensure that this evil would not fall into the wrong hands. The headmaster is a staunch follower of Bahamut and will protect this relic with every ability at his disposal, I imagine. I wish I could give you more specifics, but all to say that I have great faith the headmaster takes this threat very seriously.
Oh, I understand. And I do apologize for asking such prying questions. Whenever we have only just yes. If we could do anything in addition to help protect it, we are happy to. I have a few ideas, but I understand that this is someone else's sanctum. I would not wish to force my way in, even if I could, and toss my magic around willy-nilly without having a proper discussion on it first.
Well, if it's a matter of great concern to your party and you wish to have it back within your possession immediately, I could summon the headmaster.
If you
I'm sure he would be okay with that. I understand this is a matter of great delicacy.
Glint, if I may, he just flew 16 hours to get us here, and he wanted some rest. Let the master sleep. It will be fine. For the time being, it will be fine.
Well. maybe whenever he's finished his nappy nap, we can have a discussion on it then.
Yes, I have no doubt the headmaster will wish to have a conversation with all of you when he rises. I've no doubt.
Yvaine's actually going to step forward and say, you had said something about tending to healing.
Yes.
Glint, Zarvolg, Nyx, and Beverly have all sustained grievous injuries that don't seem to be responding to magical healing. Is there anyone who's more familiar with not magical healing?
I'm a very practiced. I'm very practiced in the art of medicine, and am a cleric of some skill. Nothing, of course, compared to the headmaster, but I would be more than happy to see to your wounds if they're within my ability to heal.
And would it be all right if I just watched how you tended them? Some of them seem to have their guts leaking out, and it happens a surprising amount to us. I feel like maybe I should learn how to tend the organs coming out of the outside, sort of injury.
Yeah, I'm beginning to expect that we have just some sort of irritable bowel syndrome about it, where our guts just explode out of our own stomachs. It's unfortunate.
Wow. I mean, no, I apologize.
It just keeps happening.
Dragons and dark idols and, generally things that are just very stabby here lately.
The world is surprisingly full of sharp objects.
Indeed. Well, by all means, please come in, and I'll be happy to attend to your wounds. You see, all the talk of gore is like a little like the casualness of your talk of leaking bowels, sort of is like, ugh. In the sense they don't get a lot of outsides on the inside or insides on the outsides kind of injuries around here. So he's a little like, okay, let's work on that. And he will begin to tend to you guys. There won't be any, despite this, he seems quite proficient in medicine, even in practice. He doesn't like flipping out or shaking or anything when he's tending to some more grievous wounds. He seems very well practiced and is going to lick y'all over. Who wants to go first and see if Father Darrow can heal you?
I think he sort of pushed Glint forward.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
And
what
also,
is your?
He has a heart thing that he's trying not to talk about, but it's the guts on the outside and the heart. If you could, I'm sorry.
I see.
The heart's still on the inside, I assure you.
I would certainly hope so, Master Dwarf. Please, right this way. And he will take you aside from the party because medical stuff can be a little invasive, a little personal. So I'm just gonna roll to see. Yeah, and he'll take you through a little questionnaire. Be like, so have you always had heart problems? Is this like a new thing? What's your cholesterol like? And we'll ask all of the necessary questions. And we'll roll very well and be able to identify. All right, cardiac injury. Let's see here. Because I see it'll require quite extreme measures of magic to be able to heal you, but and I'm afraid unless you can find such magics, perhaps the headmaster might be capable of such things. But if you all intended to go to Vasselheim, I have no doubt you would find individuals there more than willing to provide healing. But so the cardiac injury, I'm afraid, will have to be with you until you can find such powers. But your organ damage, and he says all this while he's actually tending to your organ damage, in which he's like putting various like herbal remedies and like pastes like on the actual open wound under your stomach, and he like wraps you with clean bandages and says, that should take care of you. Come see me when you wake up, and I will change your bandages, and we will begin to heal you. It just needs time and cleaning.
Oh, delightful. Well,
Thank you for Glint. He goes, yes, of course. Sorry, there's just a lot of injuries. So
Yeah.
Gonna.
There's a whole backlog.
There's a whole battery. There's like a line. He's like, who else has a lingering injury they wish to possibly have sorted out?
Beverly,
Nyx
Nyx,
has
and Zarvolg. Yeah, Zarvolg is.
And Ember.
Oh,
And
does
Ember.
Ember have one too? Yeah,
Oh,
all of
yes.
us.
And Finch, I believe. Oh no, you got healed
Okay.
because of the magic healing. Yeah, that's right. So everybody, all right, fantastic. I'm just gonna go down my window here. She'll be like, he'll come up and be like, Ember Van Zyl, the doctor will see you now. And you can come in. What do you got, Ember?
Organ damage.
He goes, wow, you guys have a lot of organ damage, and he'll bandage you.
Multiple armed drow with 6 knives.
I can see that. And she'll like is like, yeah, your wounds like you like got seppuku basically. And she's like, I'm amazed you're alive. He will paste you up and heal you over and whatever. During the course of this, I will say that the 2 halfling sisters will arrive and start feeding all of you as well. I'm like, oh, hello, so good to see you. Yes, here you go. And it's like a hearty stew and some some venison and stuff inside of it. And they basically show up with like both of them carrying this like giant cast iron pot and just start like spoon bowling, feeding all of you guys like it's a soup kitchen.
In halfling, I will ask them for the recipe and offer to share some of mine with them.
You swap to halfling and they're like they can't believe it. Like, of course. Amit, you like to cook too?
A little bit.
Oh, okay, great. And they're super happy. As a reminder, this is Quill Wisebloom and Wicketh Wiseblossom. They don't have handouts. I'm afraid they're not. they're just yet. I don't know. It's up to you guys if they become more important. But Quill Wiseblossom and Wicketh Wiseblossom. And they'll happily tend and be happy to speak to you in halfling. I've not selected a language for halfling yet. That fits.
That's all right.
But I wanna. The doctor will see Yvaine Starborn. Yvaine Starborn, yes, please.
I'm actually fine. And then she pushes Zar forward, but he's not.
Oh, very well. We will see to Mr. Zarvolg. The Grim. One word, or is that? Oh, okay, got it. The Grim. And we'll take Zarvolg in and start. I don't know what Zarvolg's got, so I'm simply gonna say that he gets medical attention.
Organ damage, I believe.
Okay, he's like.
I'm almost positive it's organ damage.
Zarvolg comes in. He's like, yeah, it cut me up pretty good. Fell through some trees. And the guys in the corner going, I see that, and he's like mixing up like a ton more of this like medicinal batter that he's using to. It's like he's doing like one of these actually probably. He's got a whole soup of it. It's gonna be like this is gonna be a big week for this. And patches up Zarvolg just fine. It goes. The doctor will see Nyx the Bard, and is there a Nyx the Bard here? Oh yes, please come in. What is your lingering injury, if any, Nyx? Organ damage. Got it. You sound very far away, just so you know. Maybe bring your mic a little closer to your mouth. It's okay. Yes, he tends your organ damage. No problem there. At this point, there's no roll. This is like the 5th organ damage he's dealt with. Sorry? You sound further away now. Your mic's on, you just sound very far away. Maybe it's your Zoom mic sensitivity in your audio settings.
Is it possible that you were accidentally swapped over to like an onboard mic on a laptop or something?
Okay, we'll give Nyx a minute to look through that. I don't remember what Beverly's lingering injury was. So we're gonna say it was organ damage. Because why not? Yahtzee, that's right. So Beverly comes out and goes,
Organ
great,
damage
mate.
for all.
Organ damage for all, exactly. You said a lot better, by the way. Excellent.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think she did get an organ damage, actually, because I know she took piercing damage, and she didn't receive any of these other ones, so So by the end, you guys all have, like, all of you are bandaged along your torso, or most of you are bandaged along your torso, and admittedly are feeling a little bit better. Not entirely, like you still have that pang of discomfort, but the medicinal paste is very soothing. After like like a half an hour, Daryl's like, okay, that should be everybody, I think. Does anyone else have anything they need help with medicinally or spiritually?
I would love to learn how to make that paste. Perhaps tomorrow I could help you.
Oh, by all means, absolutely. And he'll take you in. No problem. Yeah. Or you said you wanted to see. He would have let you watch. I said he pulled them away, but you asked, and he would have asked for the consent of each person for you to be there. But
and like
if they did,
she's good with a mortar and pestle, man. She's got her herbalism. So
yeah, and it is like
happily crushed up for him.
Yeah, and it's a like a flavor. It's a flavor thing. But yes, your herbalism, like you would at the very least easily put this like medicinal paste together very, very easily. And he'd tell you that it's basically like a what would he tell you? He said that there's no magic within it. It's not quite like a magic potion, but it does have naturalistic healing properties that are very good for binding open wounds. Yeah.
He's got my undivided attention.
Cool. Yeah. And that's like, and again, that's like a flavor thing. So this is nothing I can mechanically give you. This is him doing medicine, right?
I know.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Cool. And he goes, very well. You're all more than welcome to take to prayer if you wish, as we are indeed here in our cathedral. But I am sure rest perhaps comes to you as a need much more exceptionally. So let me show you to our dormitories, and you may take whatever beds you wish. They've all been made prepared. And Daryl will show you to the undercroft of the monastery, and you guys will be shown into this, into where Finch woke up. This sort of almost cavernous but nicely, elegantly decorated, if simple, very monk, very Spartan kind of room, where you guys can all take some rest if you wish.
Awesome.
Yes, Yvaine.
Is going to pop over to Zarvolg and ask to use the sphere to contact someone.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever witch. And he'll allow you the power.
So the way I want to do this is we're going to proceed a halt. But the way I'd like to arrange it is for her to actually see it as though she was watching everything that happened in Lyrengorn, everything that happened with the Sphinx and the dragon, and getting like the whole thing, to keep her up on it. And at the very end, as we get to the Temple of Bahamut, in the middle of nowhere, I'll walk up to her and we can have a conversation.
Okay. So you do show her the location of the monastery?
I do.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah.
I don't point it out on a map.
Right, but you go through everything you've been through. Yeah, okay. Cressida sort of like looks around, and you approach, and she will say, she goes, hello, Yvaine. It has been a little while. This has been some strange voyage I've been on.
Yeah, so I'm not great at vacationing, apparently. In case you haven't figured, your body's wherever you left it. This is a spell, and everything you just saw, what I've been doing the last few weeks. The crown is a vestige of divergence for the Spider Queen and her fiendish, ghosty, six-armored, assassin-y sorts of murder Sheilas behind us, and we're hunkered down and in the mountains.
I love how quirky you are, but what is a murder Sheila?
I'll put a picture. That's a murder sheet. I don't know how else to describe it.
Perhaps a drow assassin might have. But anyway, not important.
They usually don't have 6 arms. Come on now.
I know, but what does Sheila mean? What does that mean? Is that undercommon?
I don't know. Something Zar said it made sense. All right. So anyway, yeah, assassin. Also, why was she riding an Andronach?
Right.
Pink thing. See, you had said something about the League of Miracles, so I've been keeping my eye open. But Anna said that was like a whole rite of passage sort of thing that only associated with the League of Miracles and specifically the spell rites. So it's a drow assassin doing this one, right? Like, that doesn't make sense. And I don't expect you to have an answer. I just figure it's the kind of question you like to ruminate on.
I told you I've been investigating the League of Miracles. I had she sort of like considers and then says what she was considering. She says the Cobalt Soul has been investigating the League of Miracles. We haven't had anything concrete, it seems. Because, well, there has been nothing concrete, but someone who has that much financial influence over any government should be watched very carefully, and so we have. There have been suspicious reports, but this is something else. Were you aware that the Azurite mines in the Crystal Fen Caverns had nothing within their mines? You reported, I believe, to the Tal'Dorei Council about the presence of azimite, and when they went
there was a ton of it.
They sent dig teams and found nothing of it. The mines were empty veins.
I don't know how that happened.
I have suspicions, but I won't speak
whatever that I'm telling the truth, though. I know what I saw.
Well, it doesn't much matter what I believe, and I don't think anyone would think for a good reason why you might be lying about that, to be honest. I can't say what is going to happen, Yvaine, or if there will be implications, or I can't speak much to the consequences of that situation, but I thought you might want to know, considering this little transgression. Be cautious of the League of Miracles. If an Andronach has shown up, yeah, be careful of them. It sounds like there's more going on there than we thought. What would they be doing alive with Drow, the Spider?
Exactly. So I'll be in Vassalheim if I'm not dead. I'll be in Vassalheim soon. Yeah, well, no, but I know the Cobalt Vault is there. You're an expositor. I'm a fucking librarian. But I also kind of feel like I'm supposed to report to someone, so... Like, how do I...
Report to the Cobalt Soul in Vassalheim. Tell them what you know.
Just whatever archivist happens, I happen to get their attention. Whatever guy at the door. Come on.
Presumably not whatever guy at the door. I would take it as perhaps as high as you possibly can. I don't know how to give you that influence. You are literally a continent away. I can't give you any sort of writ, but you are a monk of the Cobalt Soul. I'm sure you at least could talk to an archivist or an expositor.
So I can actually ask for an expositor then?
You could certainly try. I will try and do what I can to maybe get word up there that you're coming if I can, but that is stretching the abilities of my contacts.
No, when you talked to me about being an expositor, you suggested that maybe not that you didn't exist, but that it was kept extremely hush-hush. This tells me I can't just walk in the middle of the library and ask to see an expositor. I suppose that's what I was meaning. Is there a way that I can indicate that without...
Speak to the archivists. highlight to them the urgency of what you have to share. Feel free to name drop me, though I don't think it will do much help. I don't know anyone there, and they don't know me, as far as I know. All I will say is simply try and get into the hands of whoever you can, and yes, presumably, and hopefully maybe do not declare it to the middle of the library. The world doesn't exactly know that we're a spy network. So if you're going to be a spy, Yvaine, as I'm sure you well know, subtlety will be the key.
I'm not telling anyone else about this place. Just you.
Well, thank you.
It's Bahamut's special to me, yeah? He saved my life 3 times. This is his place.
Make a persuasion check to see if you can gain her confidence. This is her job, after all.
18.
18. Who says, I understand. Very well. I will keep your confidence then.
She will bow.
Bow. She says, but yes, at the very least, if you must share this tale, share it with an archivist and preferably in private at the very least.
I wouldn't speak of it openly. I understand.
You have the right instincts. I appreciate you calling in your interesting way, but you have the right instincts.
Super.
Now, this is a dream. So, and she's gonna like walk over to you and she's gonna like dip you over and give you a big old smooch on the face.
Leaving me speechless.
Yeah, then she tips you back up, kind of gives you a little like, she'll run a little hand down your cheek and give you a little like, and then we'll just kind of like smirk at you and kind of turn around and sort of saunter away in the tiniest of sachets. Which NPC will it be, Yvaine? Which NPC will it be?
NPC! God! You don't even know!
Yeah, I know. I know. All right, is the dream end?
Yeah, no, this dream is over.
Yvaine wakes up in like a little bit of a cold sweat, maybe. And does everybody else wish to proceed to their bunk down in the dormitories and get some sleep?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right. You all sleep. Maybe there is some anxiety indeed about the potential coming of a nasty drow murder Shelia, as she has been dubbed. And but nonetheless, all of you seek respite, seek rest, and indeed, so you might find it. So you may all go ahead and hit the long rest button, get a point of exhaustion back, if you will. And nobody gets murdered in the night. Isn't that great? Nobody gets stabbed. Nobody gets assassinated one by one. It's great, really. You all awaken, and what would you all like to do in this strange hidden monastery place?
Finch points out the garden with the shrooms. Just
Oh yeah, I don't need those. You get it.
don't touch that.
Go get it.
Don't ask why.
General. Yep.
There's a shroom
Yvaine
garden.
has to go over and make a nervous check. Come on now.
Make maybe a nature check. I'll give you advantage because of herbalist supplies.
That's hilarious.
$25.
25. You've never encountered these before. You've not found these in a book. You have not anything. Which, in fairness, you are on a different continent where there is a different biome full of different plants that you maybe have never seen before. It's some kind of mountainous fungi, and according to Finch, it has hallucinogenic properties that bring on a state of euphoria. But you get the sense that if you are not careful, that there can be some perhaps poisoning effects to those of lower constitution. So they're fun, just be careful of the OD.
Taking great notes, drawing a little picture. It's probably awful. Probably looks like Toadstool out of Super Mario's, but not quite as elegant.
Not quite as elegant. Nice. Very funny. And you'll notice this garden is very interesting for you, Yvaine, and little herbalist you. There's all kinds of it's like I described, it's like a Japanese garden, like one of those like villa Japanese gardens in the middle of the winter. So there's like a thin layer of snow, but the pathways have been brushed off, and there's a number of plants that seem to thrive in the cold here. Beautiful flowers, and a single tree in the middle of a pond that sort of flows here and there, and you see a variety of rather strange fish that float around in there too. Platinum fish, no.
Oh no. I mean, she's probably going around. This is probably the next couple of hours, unless someone comes and gets her. She's making bad drawings, but really good descriptions of everything that's in the garden.
Absolutely. Yeah, you go around, you see these like little flowers on like lily pads and these like strange, like all kinds of crazy flora in this garden. And yeah, maybe you spend a fun afternoon going look at all the cool stuff. This sort of meditation kind of retreat, shall we say. I still have my Spotify list on and not the actual music. Okay, so that is what Yvaine is up to. What is anyone else up to?
Can I go find the master?
You certainly can. You guys have just gotten up, but yeah, you can beeline right for the headmaster's room. Would anybody wish to follow Finch?
Yes.
I would like to go too.
I'm going to go to the kitchen.
Okay, you got the... Hey, priorities, man. And Zarvolg's like, and that's it. He just stands in a hallway somewhere and broods, perhaps. Yeah, let's go ahead and take care of the master before we take care of anything else. So Yvaine, you're scribbling away. Ember, you're going to the kitchen. Everybody else is going to see the headmaster. Beverly's going to stick close at your side, Finch, because of course. You guys find your way up the doors. Make your way across this super cool long bridge. Do you knock or do you open the door?
Oh, no, I would knock for sure.
All right, you knock on the door, and the doors do open, and you're going to see a person you've never seen before. You see this gentleman with long white hair, very, very Elrond, very like has that sort of like perfectly straight hair with a couple of braids, small thin braids kind of flowing through. He has silver irised eyes, and is wearing like similar to Darrow, but not any more presentary. Long blue robes with sort of white furs, and he has though he doesn't have the pointed ears of elves, he definitely has that sort of like ethereal, youthful, elvish look. It almost gives like an older half elf, and by older I mean like 80, 90 years, where they still look very young, minus the ear. So still has a little maturity, but still has that grace. And you'll see this individual, and he'll smile at all of you and say, I begin to wonder what time it is, but I shall say good morning regardless. Please come take a seat.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Oh, shit, I totally fucked up my description. I found a mini I really like. Take that all back. No, who answers the door is this very brawn silver dragonborn. who is dressed in not armored, but is in like the regalia of the Platinum Dragon, much like a priest. So that's what he looks like, minus the armor.
I love it.
Hell
Excellent.
yeah. Very much comes to the door with that look of like sort of a crusader off duty, if you will. Silver Dragonborn crusader off duty. And goes, yes, please, come right on in. And we'll take a seat at the large chair behind the desk. And you will see sitting on the desk is the suspicious reliquary that you have brought here. And you also might see some small, mostly clean black stains on the ground from a certain Icarus substance that you would be aware of from your own physical exploits of proximity to this relic.
Did you
He
get
takes a seat.
spotted?
Yes. It's also worth saying that I think you guys probably took a couple breaks. Oh, no, I take that all back. Never mind. You wouldn't be aware of that. He goes, yes, it is. It was very difficult to transport Finch back with this in hand. It is a relic that does not like to be touched by people.
You've learned the hard way.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose I have. Might I inquire as to what exactly it is that you possess?
I can offer intellectual notion, but Finch, would you like to? You're more of the church type.
Yeah, so what's inside that box? We believe to be a vestment of divergence, a crown, specifically, belonging to the Spider Queen. Came into our guardianship some time ago, and we've been trying to take it to Vasselheim. And now we're sitting in front of you.
Been a long time since I've heard reference of this crown. I admit I do not know much myself, but I am sure I have records within my stores of knowledge. I'd be happy to extend them to you, and I intend to research myself.
That'd be appreciated.
That is really the most pressing of my questions, and I figured I wanted to get it out of the way, as I have no doubt you have your own. So please feel free. What is it that what can I answer for you?
I mean, I know I have my own questions, but I will let anyone else here ask before I ask mine.
Mine are terribly granular. I'm happy to wait till the end.
Well, I
will.
Yeah. If we are to speak of the logistics of the conversation itself, Finch, I think me and you very specifically have a great deal to speak about.
Mm-hmm. We do.
And would wish to keep you behind if you were inclined to, once this particular conversation has been complete. So, so perhaps, Master Dwarf, I never got your name.
My name is Glint. I am a wizard, a necromancer, as you've noticed.
Yes, I noticed.
They always tend to.
Yes, well, you have waved the flag, as it were. But you are most welcome within these halls. But please, Glint, I would like to hear of your questions.
Of course. You spoke of the inevitable end, I believe,
yes,
as our potential pursuer. And while I've never met her before beyond this stretch of days, I've noticed that she has a terrible penchant for simply walking through things and, generally being something of a menace. So I wanted to discuss with you if our plans are to take the crown still to Vasselheim and have it safely bound, if we would be best served arranging some additional security while it's here in your lovely monastery. I have some notions and ideas that I might have to do a little bit of reading on, but I think I could assist in setting some additional traps and safety measures. And, maybe we could actually confine this terrible assassin to a room and proceed to maybe old kick her in the ribs for a little bit.
All right. Hang on a second.
Not immediately.
He will say, actually, he's going to go through a couple of the books on his desk, and he's going to flip through, and he's going to speak and say, I'm afraid that will not solve the problem of your particular issue. You are indeed encountering a creature of no small amount of potential. This creature is known as the Katogeist. It is a title that it received back during the Calamity. She is indeed a specter and assassin. She is known as the Assassin Queen of the Spider Queen. You see, long ago, the Lord of Hells made a deal with the Spider Queen that forbid the death of this assassin. Many have tried, in often increasingly ways, but never was she ever killed, not permanently. She would simply get up and walk away from any blow that could possibly befall her.
When you say...
She is... Go ahead.
When you say get up and walk away, are we speaking with a sense of immediacy? Like, say, a matter of regeneration, or is this more of a, say, a lich in its phylactery situation, where they'll reconstitute, or simply get banished back to whatever plane the Spider Queen calls her domain, and then she'll get sent back in a fresh body? What are we talking about here?
He goes, I don't know. You see, the, I don't know. You see, the Katogeist has not been active since the end of the Calamity. She was captured and sealed away by some means, the like of which I do not know the answer to. She seems to be active again once more, being the most loyal assassin the Spider Queen ever had in her armies. I am not surprised that she now seeks the crown.
I suppose such a long track record would help explain the confidence with which she's rather been toying with us. A question for the DM, actually. So, in Glint's experience with being able to summon a ghost, for one, and dealing with undead, most creatures that he knows of that can pass through things do so because they're incorporeal.
Right.
Which tends to be some manner of access to the ethereal plane. I think there's also a spell regarding it. From what Glint's seen of the few run-ins we've had with the Katogeist, would it be accurate to assume that her phasing through things is a similar ability, or is it some other means of ghosting through matter?
Make me an Arcana check.
Yeah. I'm going to use one of the charges on my Ring of Puzzler's Wits to negate the disadvantage. That is a 15 plus 14, so a 29.
29, very impressive. You would know this to be very similar to how, indeed, a ghost operates. You don't know specifically her relationship with the ethereal plane itself, but you do know that, indeed, she does move through solid objects with the same incorporeal fashion as any ghost may.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
At this point, upon flipping through his books, the headmaster is going to flip his book around and show you an image from like this really, really ancient book and point to it. The image is in the Facebook chat. I assume this is what you were assailed by, something of the like.
That seems about right.
Well, then you have quite a trouble. You all have been marked for death. I must say, I have great defenses that defend this monastery. I can make the clouds solid. I can make the weather near approachable down below, which would stall Cadogeist for some time, but would not hold it at bay forever. It will come. And though I have eyes that see far and magics that are strong and a form that is more mighty than many, I do not think I could match your stealth. Certainly not enough to keep this secured here. This place was not meant to be a vault of evil power. This place was, well, meant for other uses, which I will describe later. The crown cannot stay here, but in Vasselheim, I have no doubt they will possess the abilities to do so.
Understood. So I see then two potential options, and both end in us, departing and trying to get the crown to a safe location to form more permanent bindings and protections for it. But we can try and set a trap here to stall the Cadogeist in whatever means of recovery she has to keep coming after us, or we can, I suppose, try and use here as a springboard to get somewhere further away. For the latter, I know that I myself know some spells of teleportation. I believe that some others of us know them as well, but we lack the components. So they'll be dependent on what supplies that you have.
I have some powers in the arcane, but not intensely so. Vasselheim. Sorry, I'm doing a lot of calculations of distances and such very quickly that he would know his head. So, half a moment if you'd be so very kind. Literally give me like 10 seconds while I just calculate the distance from here to Vasselheim. That would be...
It's about that far on the map.
It's about that far, exactly.
How far can it be? It's only this across.
It's only like this across, exactly. He'll say, by flight, it is only about 2 days to Vasselheim if it were upon my back. I admit, however, with the impending danger of this assailant, I would wish to be near to protect those under my protection. I could not, in good conscience, make the journey. However, I can do everything in my power to ensure you're supplied along the road, or other options if you do see fit. If it were to suit you also, I could perhaps attempt to make the trip to Vasselheim and secure some abilities for teleportation, as you say. What skills of teleportation do you possess, wizard?
Personally, I've been dabbling and properly cracking into the various sigil sequences for teleportation circles. I only know a couple sequences so far, though, so it's a little bit of a limited in destination situation.
I would be willing to make the trip to Vasselheim and back to acquire what teleportation circle sigil sequences you require, as well as the necessary magical chalks. It would, for me, be about 4 or 5 days to make it there and back again. And I would be entrusting to you the lives of the clergy here. However, I may also say that it would take all of you about 5 to 6 days to travel there also, if by foot. And you have a capable ranger amongst you, so I'm not worried of you getting lost. I can provide a map of Cilraketh as well to help in your voyage.
Understood. What do you all think?
I think it would probably be better for us to make the journey ourselves, leaving this place defenseless other than ourselves when we've had so much trouble with this Heidogeist would probably be unwise. Although I do have a question for the headmaster. Maybe he would know. This Heidogeist, this inevitable end, assassin queen, there's so many aliases.
Yes.
Would one of your lovely books have maybe their real name? I'm from the Feywild. Names hold a lot of power.
I see. He will turn the book around that he was reading, that's wrote in a script that you do not know, and he'll go through and says, I do not know if it's her real name, but certainly one that she has chosen as her given. Jourrael is her name. Jourrael. And I will post the spelling of that because it is a strange name. Jourrael is Jourrael? Jourrael the Heidogeist is her name and title. I do not know if that is her true name, but it is a wise to discern. But indeed, she has many titles. The Spectre of Silent Death, The Inevitable End, and so many more. She's also known as...
This is a lovely start.
Yes. She's also known as More Certain Than Death, is what she's been called from time to time as well. Yes,
She's
they
so
say
cool.
that if she... you would be... the lives that she took in the Calamity earned her reputation. Even before she became the Heidogeist, she was an exceptional assassin. She was one that the Spider Queen entrusted most, and still perhaps does. If it were my suggestion to all of you, she is not a threat that would be easily done away with for individuals of your power. She will find you, and one by one, she will take your lives. It is my suggestion to you that you get this crown off of your hands and into the hands of those more powerful as soon as possible. I think Vasselheim is your best destination. If she can walk through walls, she will find it here regardless of how powerful I am.
You've given us a lot to work on and think on.
Do you know what manner of creature she is? She has 6 arms. She's not really a drow at this point, is she?
I've never battled her myself. It's possible that she is undead. It is possible that she might be a fiend due to her relationship to the Hells. It is unlikely that she is a humanoid. If I had to make an estimation, fiend or undead would make most sense. I'd steer towards undead, given her inclination to walk through walls and never die.
Understood. Do you know how long... Should we expect her to still attack us here? Or do you think we can get on the road soon enough to evade her? She's very fast. I've seen her run, I think, faster than a horse. It was a little uncanny.
Yes. I don't know entirely the extent of her power. All I know is that when someone is marked for death, she finds them and she slays them. But I do not believe she has any ranger-like skill. From what I recall, many spoke of her during those times. And though she is deadly in a confrontation, her ability to track does not eclipse that of rangers. The trick is to not be found.
Interesting. she was able to find us in the air through a sky ship. So I'm assuming she's able to track the crown itself. I could try and further protect the reliquary, build a larger box around the smaller box, but unless you happen to have lead on hand, I don't think that would be a great bet for us.
I do not believe we possess lead.
It's not exactly popular in temples.
Really quick, Nyx, I'd like you to make me an insight check. Just because it's something that was said.
Oh, 10.
10? That's enough. It's okay. Your interaction with the Cadogeist was entirely her trying to intimidate you and question you to its location. You expect if she had magical means of tracking the crown, that interaction may not have been necessary. So I think Nyx in this moment would believe she isn't capable of extensive magical tracking or maybe even standard tracking of much kind.
Oh, good. I forgot. Nick, I forgot about that. That's very true. So she couldn't find the reliquary without me pointing her in that direction, fearing for Ember and I's life. So she probably can't just sense it.
Interesting. Okay. That gives us a little more peace of mind, frankly. So I suppose the question would be how to stay mobile and not have her know which way we're heading, or that we have the crown with us at this point. That's a pickle.
Take some time to think. It may be to my inclination to make the decision for you and remain here and protect my own. In a straight-up fight, I entrust myself and my own powers to take her down if it came to such a conflict. And I would be able to do what I could to waylay her, perhaps even defeat her for a time, or send her to another way. I trust in my abilities to protect this place and perhaps buy you time. So perhaps take some time and think and guess as to what the best possible way is. I do not mean to put you on the hunt, but to put you in harm's way. However, it is the inclination of Bahamut to protect that which needs protecting. And I will entrust all of that protection to all of you, as you've done it so very well so far.
Understood. So if I'm following right, apologies. I'm still very tired. Your notion would be that you would remain here to act as both guardian to your people and something of a red herring situation for the Cato guys to focus in on, assuming you still have the crown, and then we'll sneak out and hit the bricks on the way towards Vasselheim and take it with us.
Yes, I think that might be good. And you are all quite powerful in a straight-up conflict. I expect she would attack from subterfuge to begin, but in a straight fight, you might be able to take her and buy yourself some time. I don't know the full understanding of it, but I'm led to believe that when she is slain, she simply returns again. I don't know if that means standing up or reconstituting or regenerating. I don't know the specifics, but I do know that slaying her does stall her. That does a little more than that. And of course, it does serve to make her angry, which isn't always a wise choice for such an adversary.
Understood.
But, as I said, the defenses I have put forth will have bought you some time. If I had to predict it will take her time to travel across the forest, even with the great haste you expect she has. We perhaps have a day or two before she could get here, maybe 3. I would be surprised if she could arrive here in anything more than 24 hours. I don't expect we will see her today.
All right. I suppose we should bring this up with the rest of the Concordant and make sure we're all on a page with it. I suppose that satisfies most of the questions I have at this moment.
Very well. And please let it be spread amongst your allies that any who wish to speak with me may. My door is open to you all.
Mm.
So any questions that you perhaps had, Nyx of the Feywild?
No, you've helped quite a lot. I would like to say before we skedaddle and leave Finch to you, thank you for saving our hides. That was a very sticky situation. It's greatly appreciated.
It has been some time since I've interacted with someone of the Feywild. How reciprocity is so valued by your people. Your thanks is much appreciated. And it is my honor to do so.
And with that, we'll leave you to good Finch.
Very well. And I'm also going to share a handout of what the headmaster looks like in draconic form on Roll20. So feel free to go take a look over there. And he'll also say, by the way, my name is Cilraketh, if you care to know. Cilraketh Cloud Speaker.
Cilraketh Cloud Speaker.
Headmaster of the monastery of the Metallic Order. I have cruel titles too, Mr. Grimhill.
Wonderful.
And he
I
just
wish
kinda
I
gives
had
you like
Ember's
a coy
photographic
smirk. Yeah.
Mhm.
It is. But yes, if I might steal your paladin from you now, I think we have much to discuss. And by all means, if you wish to take the reliquary from my office, you will have no objections. It makes the area rather uncomfortable to sit in.
Honestly, I'm enjoying not having to touch it for a little bit.
Then I shall keep it secured here until you are ready.
Thank you deeply. Namaste. And Glint will toddle on out.
And yeah, he will take the reliquary with some, you can see intense discomfort, and open up sort of like a secret, sort of like a hidden door in the marble. He kind of presses his palm to it, and it pops out, and he places it inside the small cubby space and closes the marble door again, kind of sort of rolls his shoulder and shakes his head as of some discomfort to do. Beverly will say, Finch, should I go? I should go.
That's fine. Yes, I think you deserve a little rest and enjoy the monastery. It's beautiful.
And she will not smile at you, and she'll like do a full like 90-degree bow. And go, thank you, Headmaster Cilraketh. I think you have a very cool name. And he will just smile and say, Bahamut protect. It's okay. She'll saunter off.
Yeah.
And he will offer you a seat if you wish, Finch.
And I will take it graciously.
Say. So Finch, it has been a very long time since I have been a formal member of the clergy of Bahamut. How is it? What is it like after all these centuries?
Wow, that is quite the big question now, isn't it? I don't feel like
it was small talk, naturally.
Right. Yeah, I'm not certain that I am completely qualified to give commentary on the entirety of Where that stands, I can only give anecdotal evidence of what I've experienced.
Nonsense. You are Asimar, and I expect it's publicly acknowledged so. Your divinity is quite obvious. Whatever the higher priests do in their temples, I'm more interested to hear what those in faraway lands do. How you have been treated, how they treat the people. For this is the purview of the Platinum Dragon protection.
I understand. At least from my experience when it comes to following the Great Protector, it has been nothing but graciousness and equality. I can't say that I have had any negative experiences when it comes to following Bahamut himself. Other things I could comment on, that's small talk perhaps for another day, but when it comes to being devout to the Justice Bringer, I've experienced nothing but positive things no matter where I've traveled to, whether it's from my home or abroad.
I sense that you are indeed quite devout. I sense the favor of the Platinum Dragon upon you.
I try to be.
But indeed, there is a difference between the Platinum Dragon and his clergy. I would care to hear of these comments you have towards those who mean to represent him.
That's a fair question. So, in my experience, it seems like that there are some who are devout and carry forward his word and what it means to protect and serve those who deserved protecting, like you said. And there are others who represent themselves in his name and don't exactly follow along with those particular teachings. Now, I don't mean to completely deviate, but I feel like a lot of it is more, what's the word I'm looking for? I think I've described it before as pageantry. Individuals maybe saying things that they perceive that others may want to hear when it is not necessarily what they practice or believe.
That is deeply concerning to you.
It has been. I feel like just with my upbringing, I hate to say it's not even intentional. I feel like it's just been the evolution of things. When it comes to being devout, a lot of it has come down to one's title. I have come across individuals who have never seen battle before, individuals who have never experienced what it means to protect another in any capacity, and yet hold titles of the highest regard and are looked at as being able to speak from a place of influence when they may not have had. They are just repeating things that have been said to them or read in a book and not from experiences by being out with the people.
And suddenly everything seems so. I have often delved into divination. I told you before, or from what I've been led to understand, you have been told that we have awaited your coming for a very long time. One who would bring forth the commandments of the Platinum Dragon as pure as they were meant to be, as pure as they were.
Yes, I did learn of that. I feel like even to this day, I don't speak from a place of naivete, but I still think that it is interesting to me sometimes to be somebody from such, I say, a humble upbringing, and I don't mean that to be, I'm not trying to be pretentious. I know that I have a privileged life, but I grew up a military upbringing. I was a squire. I put in my time. So I feel like when some of these things were revealed to me, to this day, it's still incredibly, it's humbling, and I appreciate it. And I accept my place and what I represent to followers.
How would you wish the church ran? Let us say in this moment you are the high scale bearer. How does the clergy perform its duties? What would you change about it?
Oh, how would I change things? I don't think it would be too far off from what it is now, but I think definitely a lot more. I want to say less emphasis on the titles that one carries, and instead highlights on the caliber of one's, what's the phrase? Actions speak louder than words, if you will. I think having an emphasis on the actions and integrity of a person versus maybe what they've read in a book, the amount of teachings that they've had, the privileges that they've been afforded because of their station in life, and bringing it down to the person that they are.
You would see humility.
Yes.
Brought to these knights. You would see them recommitted to the protection of the innocent.
Yes.
You know, dragons are very vain.
So I've been told.
So I've experienced.
I have minimal experience, but yes. And I feel like I have like that mental image of was it Karzi?
Yeah. He goes, we are very vain. Admittedly, perhaps our pride and our vanity is the flaw of dragon, but it is perhaps well deserved, at least for my metallic brethren. It would be upon us to seek and hoard for the protection of those things. Indeed, some vanity is afforded, but I have a hoard of my own. It is the library. It is this place. It is the knowledge. Times past. You were meant for a great purpose upon this world, Finch. You were sent by the Platinum Dragon himself. Do you know why?
Isn't that what we all ask ourselves? Why are we here?
I suppose so. I believe the time is coming, Finch, where it will be made apparent what it is you are meant to do in this world. The Platinum Dragon has a way of challenging us, that there is time for protection, but there is also time to allow people to gain strength themselves, and I believe that is what the Platinum Dragon has afforded for you. He does not underestimate your strength, which is why your future perhaps is seen so ambiguous. It will be to you to decide for yourself what fate you will shape into this Exandria.
I can appreciate that.
I said to you before to be welcome in this place and treated as yours. And I offer it to you once more. The monastery of the Metallic Order, I have watched over it for many, many hundreds of years. And I offer it to you, Finch. This place. I offer means of transporting to this place when you wish, and he will produce from under the table. He's going to produce a beautiful war horn. It is long curved, much like a Viking horn, and it has almost like lizard-like, dragon-like bodies sort of circling down the horn towards the mouth of the horn in the 5 metallic colors. And at the end of the horn forms into one single platinum head that makes up the maw of a dragon.
That's so cool. That's badass.
And he hands it over to you. He says, I give this to you freely as a gift, whether you wish to accept my offer or not. This will allow you the power to come back here when you please, and the power to return to whence you came from.
This is an immense honor. If I were to accept, what responsibilities would come with that?
Whatever responsibilities you see fit. If it were your purview to tell me to be gone from this place, I would. If you wish me here to keep its defense, I'd stay. What you decide to do with this place is yours. But I do have some idea. There was a time when we, the Metallic Order, were mighty. When we were that which stood between the good innocent folk of Exandria and annihilation. It was we, dragons, who picked our riders. And we ascended into battle alongside each other, not for vanity's sake, not for pride, but for the protection of all. There is a part of my heart that always dreamed to see the days of dragon riders return to Exandria. But that is my small pipe dream, and not important in the grand scheme of things. Perhaps we might start small. Maybe I might tell you of what the order was. And then perhaps... Very well.
Yeah.
And then perhaps in knowing what it was, you might be able to decide what it should become. What you might wish for it to become.
My time is yours. Tell me.
Very well. Please, come with me. And the horn is yours. You may add the draconic horn of the order to your inventory.
I feel like Finch, like on the inside, is having one of those like giddy moments where they're like, "This is so cool," but they're trying to play it really cool on the outside, so they're just like, "Okay, be cool, be cool."
Fair enough.
It's no big deal. It's not a big deal. It's totally normal. Be normal.
So yeah, we'll veer away from that for a moment as the headmaster will take you to a couple of sites around the monastery if you wish. But let's go check in with the rest of the party. Ember Van Zyl, you've gone to the kitchens.
Yes.
Indeed, you go to the kitchens. You see the Wise Blossom sisters are finishing up cleanup after... Oh, that was yesterday. You see them like hard at work preparing, and they're like chopping up, like slicing fish and cleaning fish and making another... trying to make another meal, and you come in and they turn around there and they both light up and they go, "Oh," and they speak to you in Halfling, of course, because that's exciting. And they go, "Welcome back, Ember. Come in. What can we get for you?"
Oh, it's perhaps what I can get for you. And
okay.
What if you could have any reasonable amount of ingredients? What would you have?
Oh, where do we begin? The mountains are so wonderful and the headmaster is kind, but all we eat up here is fish, and sometimes we're lucky, we'll get some venison. If the master goes to Vasselheim, he'll return with him some supplies sometimes, porks and salts and such. They both like think together, and they'll just start naming stuff, because as you can imagine, there's not a ripe supply of raw materials up at the very top peak of a mountain. So they'll say anything from like honey to beer to I'm trying to think of your jug.
Well, more importantly, mail from the jug. But we had already talked about my create food and water.
Right.
Is to just make raw materials that can then be cooked and whatnot. So I have 2 pack slots and this is therapy. So, yes, have stuff.
Okay. They just start naming stuff. They're like chicken eggs and tomatoes and vegetables, and they start naming off like a plethora of things. And you rub your pack slot hands together, and out of one hand and the other, you produce a mass of quality, fresh ingredients that they'll be very happy about, and we'll start like, thank you. It's a miracle. This is incredible. And they'll start like just kind of start dancing around on us, maybe like I don't know, like the animated Lord of the Rings, like start dancing around each other, excited and happy. And then they'll like come over to you and be like, what can we ever do to repay this? Thank you so much.
The trick is, you have today to cook with them.
They look at each other and sort of smile, like almost mischievously. They're like, you're saying that like we have to use all of these fresh supplies right now?
Absolutely. And if I can be of any assistance, please consider my hands at your service.
Oh, absolutely. Please come in. And like they open up the plank and welcome you in, and you guys have like a little council meeting at first, like, okay, well, we've got all of this ingredients. What should we cook? And they'll both look at you and go like, well, Mr. Ember, you're from the lowlands, and these are ingredients that you're more accustomed to cooking with. What would you suggest?
And Ember will go through and pick out some of, the items that are a specialty for Mom's kitchen, because that's part of the therapy session too.
Yeah, absolutely. You pick all these goes. Yeah, maybe you have them like do a recipe from your kitchen back in Amon, and they're like, and they like kind of let you take over as master chef here a little bit. As I'm sure it very quickly becomes apparent that you know a little more than you're letting on about cooking, and they're like, okay, yeah, well, okay, I'll start cutting up the vegetables. And they, like one of them runs off, like Wicketh runs off, and she starts chopping up the vegetables, getting the bread ready, and 12 will start like heating up various cooking implements, and though you meant to be the helper, they're actually quite excited to learn from you. And they're like, okay, what? And they're like, why? And they're asking all kinds of questions too. And they're like, well, why do we cook it like that? Like, why? We usually cook it on a higher temperature faster. Why would we cook it slower?
Well, you probably have got to, vary the temperature and the cooking times for altitude. I know that when we were in Zephyra, material took longer. The cooking times just were changed to get the same texture and doneness and things of that nature. So I would imagine you have probably the same problems here.
We never. That's a very good point. I never considered that elevation would have anything to do with cooking. It's very interesting. They'll take note of that. And you're like, okay, we'll try it like this, and you kind of maybe show them your technique. And they listen to you, and they're gonna see the end result in the end. But while you show them, you've got your little helpers, so you'll have an advantage on the roll. But make a cooking utensils check. You may use an ability score that you think is appropriate. Perhaps wisdom or constitution.
I can do con.
Okay.
So...
Intelligence too, maybe. It's technically like a recipe.
Yeah. 15 and 8 is a 23.
You guys go to cooking. Maybe you spend how long do you want to spend in here cooking? Because that will.
I will cook until somebody comes and gets me.
Okay.
This is where you constructively redirect rage.
Fair enough. You cook away, and the Whistle Blossom sisters are hearing your every word. They're hanging off of it. They're super amused. They insist that it's perfectly fine to do some like long-term cooking, like basically like prepare a banquet for the evening and like slow cook things. They're like absolutely into that. We'll say that what's your name? Quell will sort of prepare like meals throughout the day for people and you and Wicketh can work on the banquet. And you go to work, and yeah, you're gonna cook one hell of a meal. And with in mind that you have a surplus of fresh ingredients and many hours to cook with, do you want to reveal now what you're cooking, or will you wish to make maybe a surprise when it happens?
We'll make a surprise when the table is set, unless somebody comes
Okay.
nosing their head in. And if they come nosing their head in, they'll get like a snack and get sent away.
Okay, fantastic. Sweet. If that's the case, you guys go to cooking. They're like, you receive no other questions other than what you are cooking and how they can help and what they can do, and they are all but too happy to be gracious assistants and learn from someone of a different culture and how they cook. You get the sense that they have passion for cooking, but they didn't really have any culinary guidance. So they're doing their, other than whoever came before. So they're doing their best, but they don't have the plethora of experience that you have. So they're very excited. Let's go see Yvaine. Yvaine, my friend, you've been just working away in the gardens, taking account of all of these things. Happy's been like sitting on a rock somewhere, just like doing the thumper, like sitting there with the foot just kind of thumping away and like looking up at the sky. And you work away. Is there anything in particular you want to do in the garden other than just simply like record, or are there specifics? Muted.
Thank you. There's one thing that I would like to try to do. Is there a space where something could be grown and not disturbed? Preferably someplace that gets kind of a fair amount of sunlight. But I don't want to upset the garden. I would just like to add something lovely if there is a place.
It depends what you want to grow, but I would say, yeah, there is plenty of space. There are specifically shoveled out walk spaces in the garden, so you can probably put it anywhere between those. If you wanted to grow it off of some of the foliage on the large boulders around the pond, you could. In the tree, yeah, there's options.
So I'm going to take some of the seeds that I have from different from some of the clippings from Ioun's western. She had roses. The monks had roses. I just had some.
Oh, seeds. the lunar. The Western or Lyranborn?
No, Lyranborn, but they're not like the special ones. They're just some sort of beautiful flowers, and I'm going just to try to grow a little patch of them because this is so beautiful what they have here, and I would just like to add to the beauty because yeah. So mumble.
Fair enough. You take some seeds and you kind of sprout them with the power of druidcraft, perhaps, and add a little extra of your own flavor. Sort of add to the I wasn't gonna say the word wrong, but I'm gonna try anyway. Like the herbal culture of the garden, and you will be met by a certain individual, one of the members of this place, who comes to say hi. You see sort of wandering out with like a very small piece of bread in her hands. Kind of wanders out. She is dressed in the vestments of a follower of the Platinum Dragon. She is half elven and fairly pretty, but by her demeanor, she gives bookworm. Very, very easily gives bookworm. You probably know your people as you go. It might also be apparent because she has a little book under her arm, and that will probably give that. And she'll kind of come around the corner and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you in the gardens."
No, please. The more the merrier. I was just wanted to add a little something. Everyone's been so nice here. It's always nice to leave a little something when you come someplace. I'm Yvaine, by the way. What's your
That's
name?
very kind. Hi. I'm human spellcaster. Fuck. Please hold.
Nope, that needs to be their name now. That's canon.
God damn it! I thought I named them. No, it's not canon. Please hold for.
Her parents were adventurers.
Yeah, one of them took an arrow in the knee. Here we are. She says, "That's crazy." Just say. It's also crazy. She says, "My name is Lefana."
Do you know much about the plants here? And she'll take out her notes.
She goes,
I'm actually from
yes.
Tal'Dorei, and we don't have so many of these things. I've never seen mushrooms like this.
She goes, oh yes. Me and the Wise Blossom sisters maintain the garden, and I'm responsible for the herbiculture from the library stores. So I guess I'm technically the gardener.
There's a library here.
Oh yes, the Master's Collection.
Sorry, I love libraries. Okay.
Oh, okay.
But anyway,
me too.
Mushrooms?
Yes. Here, let me tell you about them. And she'll take you around, and she'll tell you about the mushrooms. Maybe we gloss over the next 10 minutes, where maybe you two become a little more acquainted with each other, just like in a mutual interest for herbology. And she'll talk about like how on the hangers around the garden she grows various like just sort of like leafy plants. She says like purely for aesthetics, but she also does like to grow mushrooms within that have different medicinal values. She says as well as this being a garden for the sake of beauty and taking time to reflect, I also ensure that we're well stocked with potential medicinal herbs just in case. So all of them have a certain special quality in herbology and medicinal purposes.
On the table, Yvaine is taking notes because we're building something, and this is.
Yeah, and she takes you around. She tells you about the mushrooms in the hanger. She tells you about the I'm not going to name them properly, but the grass and the flowers in the ceiling. I know there's a technical gardening word for it, but I'm forgetting it right now. And she'll talk about all the flowers that are growing in and how those are majorly aesthetic because, and how they thrive in cold weather as opposed to warm weather. And she'll talk about the lilies and the tree itself and just kind of take you around and talk to you about all of the gardening stuff. And it does seem like she is the sort of head gardener around here. It seems like she's personally picked what grows around here.
Oh, well then I'm really happy to have added a little bit for my ringle. To have a little bit that blooms in the moonlight. In a little corner.
Please tell me about it. What they bloom in the moonlight? That's so interesting.
So in the northern part of Tal'Dorei, there's a city called Lyrengorn. Mostly a high elven culture, and the whole city is largely a holy city for the Moon Weaver, and they have so many wonderful plants that are unique to that area or that city. And I wasn't able to get all of them, but this is a small portion of them. They do bloom in the moon. The aroma is absolutely lovely. And they are cold. I mean, they were blooming in the winter. I mean, just a few weeks back. So they're quite used to the mountains and the cold.
Oh, beautiful! They sound wonderful. They sound wonderful. Though we we can't grow them in the garden. We're not allowed to worship other gods than Bahamut.
Oh,
We get
no, it's not a worship thing. They're just flowers.
we get the switch if we worship other gods.
They're just flowers. They're just from that city, that's all.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but seriously.
Sorry, I've
just...
been told I have a bad sense of humor.
No, I'm just...
And she kind of awkwardly giggles too. She's like a little bit. She's like a little embarrassed her joke didn't quite work out.
Sorry.
But no, it's beautiful. When you say it grows in Arctic cultures, this is perfect for the garden. I'm very excited to see how it grows.
So am I hope it will be lovely. The headmaster saved our lives. It was wow. It was scary. And I'm used to a fair amount of scary, but that was like threshold scary even for me.
So what you're saying is I need to make it more scary. So that's what you're saying. No.
Please don't.
I'm kidding. She goes, I only heard a little, I didn't hear much. Darrow was, he said he wanted to respect your privacy and didn't want to gossip about it. And that it was bad form and everything. And he's right, but I only heard a little bit about what happened. I heard the dragon flew in with the Great Prophet and dropped them off and then flew away so quick. And then you all arrived so recently. It sounds like you've been quite a journey. We don't get visitors here.
Yeah, it seems pretty. I mean, I would have never thought to come here if it hadn't been for your headmaster. So, no, we came into possession of something really awful that we can't destroy. So we're trying to get it to someplace safe. So, someplace with awful intentions can't do awful things with it. And we have an awful person chasing us. And that's why most of my friends are leaking organs.
Leaking organs?
Oh, Father Darrow put them right back in. Really, they're doing quite much better now.
Oh, wow, I knew Father Darrow was learning from the headmaster, but he's apparently
so skilled.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that your friends are doing better. But okay, well, but yes, I'll let you. I suppose I should let you enjoy the garden. Sorry, like I said, we don't get a lot of visitors. I'm trying to be good, but yes.
You want
I
to
should
see
give
something?
you.
Let me show you something that you might find interesting.
Sure.
I was about to sit down and study some, and I'll pull out my star map with Bahamut on it.
Ooh. She looks at it and she's like, "Wow, what is it?"
So, this is a celestial map, and I'll go over like where things are in the stars and kind of how I use it to guide my magic and let her know that we'd found this in a holy space, and like I've never seen one with such a clear rendering of Bahamut in the sky. So I didn't know there'd be a library here. I was actually going to see if I could think on it some, maybe put it on my personal star map or something. But how does one get access to your library? Do I need to get permission from the headmaster?
The headmaster has already made it apparent that other than a couple of facilities, that the monastery should be made available to all of you, as long as there's, especially that I could be more than happy to show you around.
Yes. I'm like, and then I want to know everything about this picture and what it's about. And actually, I really would like to know more about Bahamut because he keeps saving my life, and I just feel like I should know more about him. Oh,
sure. I can tell you all those things. I'm literally a librarian dedicated to the Platinum Dragon. Let's go. Did we just become best friends?
Besties. Suddenly they have a secret handshake that comes out of nowhere. They're like, yeah.
Yvaine is literally a librarian for Ayun. I mean, different goddess, but they get along. They're simpatico.
There you go. Yeah, she'll happily take you over there. She's like you can tell she's like nervous to like meet a new person for the first time in like who knows how long. And but she likes your energy, and yeah, she takes you over out of the courtyard and into the archives. And you walk in, and it's like it's not the vault of the Cobalt Soul volume. It's not the same volume you've ever seen before, but this is probably certainly the most probably ancient library you've been inside. Like as far as the age of the texts, certainly beats out any library you've been in before. Like there are like ancient scrolls in here. This is like Gandalf going into Gondor to search information about the Ring of Power and pulling up texts from like thousands of years ago.
I understand.
That's this library.
I will be here until it's time for us to leave. I will be reading everything.
And so the whole party converted to Bahamut. I never left that mountain. So Ember and Yvaine have been pulled into my illusory trap. Not kidding.
How easy is it to trap those two, though? Books and a kitchen. Those two, done.
I think I know my BBG. Just gives you what you want, basically.
It's a really nice house.
Domestication? Is that the big bag?
The owner of a particularly erudite cafe.
Yeah. And now I shall defeat you, Finch. I present a small hovel at the bottom of the mountain where no one will bother you. Ooh. Ooh. And for you, Glint, a crypt for your use and praise and many. Ha
Oh my.
He might win. He might just win. Okay, so Finch, you are taken over to the second secret door in the monastery. That's the secret door. We'll open up the door. And you are going to see this little space right here. You see this long, oh my god. You see this like long sort of pit of molten rock and small low flame that you two walk past. There are various warriors holding lamps. There is a book sitting before a small seated table, and there's fire that sort of emulates these panels on the wall. I should know this because I was in Italy, but what are those things that they have in the Christian religion that are like you fold them open and they have like paintings and mosaics inside?
Cryptex?
Cryptex. That sounds right.
The Harmonious Bosch did a bunch of really funky ones. You know, heaven, earth, and hell.
Yeah, they're like just those folding things that you have on the mantles, and they're like images, or it might have like reliquary stuff. It's not that important. It's just yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, it's a triptych. Okay, cool, sweet, good job. On top of it, yeah, you see this like massive triptych that is been like sort of painted on the wall, and it has like a length of like tenets and commandments and stuff written in the celestial language, and the headmaster bids you approach the book at the very end of the hall. Do you take a look at it?
Yeah. What if I was just like, nah, I'm good.
I'm done with this shit. I'm bored. I'm done with the Platinum Dragon. It's Dionysus now, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah. Grummish for life. You look at this. Oh, I was in the wrong game. I was like, oh my god, did it delete? That was a lot of work. But it didn't. We're good. Let me read to you a little bit of what you see in this book. It seems to be a charter of some kind. On this page, one of the pages says, "Valor in service. Demonstrate unyielding valor and courage in the service of Bahamut. A knight must face adversity and danger without hesitation. Valor is measured not only in battle, but in selfless acts of sacrifice." And then if you flip through the pages, there'll be some more stuff in there. But it's a long text, and the headmaster will say, this is the chivalric code and charter of the Holy Draconic Order of Saint Cavalos. This was the basis of this order in the Calamity. This is what all Knights of the Platinum Dragon lived by. There are, of course, all the commandments of the Platinum Dragon that must be considered, but it is within these pages that knights are called to higher purpose. The commandments of the Platinum Dragon are explicit, but it adds a certain rigidity to those knights who have dedicated themselves to the protection of the innocent. As I said, a code of chivalry, if you will. Something to ensure that the hearts and minds of those who serve the Platinum Dragon do not fall to the vanity of dragons. It is something that I have held sacred for many hundreds of years. And now I would bid you take a look and read, perhaps. There's much to see.
I'll approach the book and very respectfully, because obviously I'm sure it's incredibly old.
It is.
Start to those white gloves like you see in a museum just appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think they'll approach the book and start to not only just start to read the text, but admire the book itself, kind of touching the pages, the book, reading.
Yeah, and the binding of the book itself is absolutely a work of art. If you've ever been to a museum and seen one of those ancient Bibles that were held by like cardinals hundreds of years ago that are gilded and encased in metal, it's very much like this. This book was, and its pages are protected by its very cover. It's very interesting too that even the book itself seems to demonstrate the commandments of Bahamut to protect the pages within. And you flip through and there's much to see. There's the actual charter of this Draconic Holy Order. There's information about various saints of the Calamity. What would you be interested, if anything, from this book? There's much to see. Do you want to learn about, and this is basically a lore of paladins of the Bahamut during the Calamity? Would you wish to know about the dragons they rode on? Would you wish to know about vestiges of divergence? Would you wish to know about chivalry? What would you like to know?
All of the above. Yeah, honestly, I think just given the fact that I don't want to say they've grown so not weary with the religious followings, but I feel a lot of it has been a lot of rinse and repeat. You follow along, you do this is what you're supposed to do, how a lot of people feel about religion today. Yeah, I feel this is the first spark or the first instance of something that is so incredibly divine and different that they would just want to consume every piece of information that they could get their hands on.
All right. Well, let me give you, and you can sit here and you can look through it, and the headmaster will very happily and patiently stay with you as you read the tenets of the chivalric code are inscribed upon the wall as they are in the book. And I'm not going to read each and every one of them to you, but there are 10 major tenets, which is purity of heart, unyielding courage, wisdom and leadership, stewardship of the draconic gift, loyalty to comrades, noble conduct, honor in combat, valor in service, protection of the innocent, and finally, faith in Bahamut. And those are the 10 major tenets of the Draconic Order. And they speak of certain saints, and you might find yourself really this is what you've been thinking about all so long, almost you don't know what it is, but it's just it's almost like someone took the thoughts of your head and helped you get them down on paper, where the creator of the order, Saint Cavalos, who was a great paladin, he wore no platinum armor. He bore no magnificent shield, and he was not a very flashy individual. He wore very simple armor into combat, and was a great warrior who was staunchly dedicated to selflessness in the name of Bahamut, and wrote this chivalric code, and brought many into his following. And because of the intensity of their faith and their dedication to Bahamut beyond their own self-interest, they earned the respect of dragons and became the first dragon riders to fight in the Calamity.
Yeah, I think this would be like, just incredibly intriguing to them because of the fact that like, I think this would likely be some of the first instances where like they would read about individuals where it sounds like that they are actually like embodying the things that they say that they are teaching, not just this is what my mentor taught me and now I'm teaching you and I'm passing down this information. And like, again, some of the things that I mentioned before about like individuals who don't have like, honestly, like any anecdotal experience about like any of the tenets and teachings of Bahamut. It's just like we are told to be this or you're supposed to do that. And it's very much just like talking down or talking at individuals who are followers but don't have that experience or don't have that, like what we talked about, like knowledge as wealth. And like you gain knowledge through experience. And like I feel like it sounds like from what they would be reading, it would be individuals who practiced and gained that experience and that knowledge to then be like embodiments of these tenets.
Exactly, and it speaks of saints too. There's one Saint Graham who was a saint who strayed from the path of righteousness and worship during the Calamity, was cast out of his temple for many years. But at the end of his life, he realized the error of his ways and returned to the temple, dedicated himself to the helping those who, like him, had fallen from the path of virtue and simply needed the encouragement and guidance to return from it. It speaks of these various deeds of this one who had fallen into selfishness and vanity and was only reaccepted in the church when they learned once more of the tenets and commandments of the Platinum Dragon and served him more faithfully. And you get the sense that there was a high standard for the knights. It was not the pageantry you speak of. It's not like someone did something cool or won a competition
or has a family name or
or was it inherited. There was a very, at least in this particular order, very strictly based on the deeds, not even on glory's sake, just more based on honor and faith and chivalry, and those things being the tenets of those who joined, and those greatest, even amongst those high standards, gained dragons. And you flip to one page, perhaps near towards the front, and it speaks of the draconic tenets of the Oath of Platinum, of perhaps an oath that was lost long ago to those loyal to the Platinum Dragon. It speaks of 4 tenets: Horde, Platinum, Condemnment, and we're working on the last one, aren't we? This is in the works, as you've said. We'll say that like the text is so old that like last tenant has been sort of kind of a little brushed out a little bit. But one will say, Horde, you must accumulate riches, wisdom, knowledge, and treasures using your wealth, and use that wealth to help those in need while using the items you've gathered to further your goals. Platinum, that you will always uphold the right ideals of honor and justice, and to be a constantly vigilant against evil and to oppose it from all fronts, to protect the weak, liberate the oppressed, and defend just order. To condemn, a dedicated foe of evil, injustice, and foul play. You accept no excuse for evil acts from such evil creatures, and will not tolerate even the most minor offenses by these evil creatures. It speaks of these things, and the headmaster will see you reading them and explain some of the ideals to you, and they'll say, indeed we dragons hoard, and I hold to this virtue myself. We hoard and we take wealth, of course, not from the innocent, but we do hoard wealth and items and such so as to use them to better further the goals of the Platinum Dragon, to protect the innocent, not for personal vanity's sake, but for personal power. We might use that power to defend. I don't think I need to explain to you the tenet of Platinum, to be constantly vigilant to evil on all fronts, to protect the weak and liberate the oppressed. The condemn tenet, it's very specific. When one is evil, when one is truly evil in their heart, that is when the justice of the Platinum Dragon must be called upon in its full wrath. The commandments of the Platinum Dragon speak of compassion for those who have strayed from the path. And indeed, those are willing of forgiveness, compassion. But those who are truly evil in their hearts, those who are those who are damned to the hells and to the abyss for their evil acts, those must be dispatched, and those must not be tolerated. The Platinum Dragon commands compassion, but also commands protection. It is a difficult balance.
I think, like, as Finch would, like, see that text, again, very similarly, I think a lot of it, like, is, like, tactile, where they would, you know, kind of, like, have their, like, gloss their hand over the page.
Yeah.
Almost like to try and, like inadvertently, like, absorb, like, what it is they're reading, like, through touch. And I think they would say, I've been incredibly privileged in my upbringing and my teachings. And never once have I ever heard of this oath. I believe in everything that it stands for. So what happened? Why has this since gone?
Calamity came to an end. A great battle was fought in its very peak. Many warriors grew weary of war, especially when it had finally ended. Some lost faith when the gods sealed themselves behind the divine gate and felt their gods gone from this world. This monastery, throughout the many centuries, even after the calamity, has served many purposes. It has been a hall of great warriors. It has been a place of preservation by monks. It has been a center of peaceful worship by clerics, and today it dwindles to minuscule numbers. But Finch, this is by design. I have been here through all this time. I have known the names of each person who has ever joined the order in this monastery, whether in isolation or in active conflict against evil. And the signs pointed to the coming of someone who might make this place something more. I would not wish it sullied by the faces and names of those who have great goals of their own. It is much to take in, Finch. I certainly can only imagine what it must be like to have been sent to a world, a soul of platinum, and be expected to change the world. I have no great expectation from you, Finch, simply more than what you are willing to give this world. But know that you do have the power to change this world for the better, whether it is to reconstruct the clergy of the Platinum Dragon, or perhaps, in less of a care of the clergy, to smite evil where it lays. It is to you to decide what to do with the world, which is why I offer you this place. That you might shape it like the world into what you would will it to be. Only consider, I am a very long-lived being and thus a very patient one. I've waited a long time for the Platinum Dragon to send a champion such as you, and will wait as long as required. Do not be hasty.
It is a great honor to be offered all of this. I do think I have some thinking to do. Not out of apprehension. Just trying to figure out, what this all means for me, for my compatriots.
I expected nothing less, Finch. It is wise to consider. And take your time. Please.
Can I ask you something?
Of course.
So, while I was wandering around the monastery here, I came across your blade that you have. In speaking to the individuals around the monastery, it was articulated that its purpose was no longer to be raised in battle, but to be placed down, and to know when that time has come. I'm just curious what else you can tell me about this weapon.
It wasn't mine, per se.
Mm-hmm.
Back at the height of our glory, the monastery, the Metallic Order, during the Calamity, great battle was fought on this mountain. It was in these times that I had a rider myself. I had a warrior who had a heart of platinum. He was a great man. And he wielded this weapon. He wielded it upon my back, and we fought evil alongside each other. We came to face the forces of the scaled tyrant upon this mountain peak together, and dragon clashed on dragon, fire met ice, and sword met shield, and it is not untrue to say that there was a time when this peak was red with the blood of dragons, red with the blood of its riders, most worthy. And my own rider fell in battle. The battle was won, but he died on this peak. He died where that tree sits. And so it grew leafless. This is a very cold mountain, and trees do not often thrive in such settings, I know this. But there is a part of me that couldn't help but feel like he was speaking to me. And after many decades of contemplation, I came to realize what an important message this was. There were many warriors after the Calamity who, as I said, some absconded from the faith of Bahamut, fearing that he had left us behind. There were others who wished to seek further glory and seek and smite more evil where it lay. There were those who did not know how to put their swords down. I thought it's an important reminder that though finding and seeking evil is important, if it is not carefully done, one might be going and creating to smite. And it also, admittedly, grants me some small peace to have him on this peak still, something that he held with pride. So that sword sits, and so that sword will remain. A testament to him and his ideals and his honor and his stout heart, and of the lesson he meant to teach me.
Thank you for sharing that with me.
It is a story worth telling. I'm sure he'd like it. His name was Platinum Knight in Saint Galifar Nulric. That was my rider, and I was honored to be his dragon.
You have shared a wealth with me today. And I feel richer for it. It's a lot to consider.
It is. It is. So perhaps simply take time to consider. Whether it be days or years, I am content to await whatever it is you see fit.
I promise I won't make you wait that long.
You're generous. But you also have greater concerns, I think, than
I do.
The pageantry of dragon orders, commandments, and tenets. You have active evil to see sealed away.
We do. And I'm certainly concerned about that estimate being here. I don't, with how special this place is, and with everything that you've shared today, the longer in days that we stay here with that crown here, I feel like brings great danger to you. So I think we need to...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, just I think I need to have a conversation with my compatriots about considering making haste. I don't want to have anything happen to what you've created here and what you've protected. This crown doesn't belong here.
You are kind for saying so. I admit I had wondered if my goal of protecting this place was simply to cover my vanity for wanting to protect it. It is assuring to know that you share my sentiment that this place deserves protection as well.
Mm-hmm.
Please, let me burden you less with so many things to consider. You will be welcome to return to this particular room in the monastery when you please, but I would ask none other.
You have my word.
Well, I am certain I have much I have missed today, so I will return to my duties and allow you perhaps some time of respite as well.
Thank you again.
And he will nod respectfully,
Mm-hmm.
and he'll do whatever sort of like, what the calls? No, I guess do that.
Right.
But he'll do. There's got to be some cool platinum. Actually, you know what? He'll do something that you don't recognize because he's from Century. He's from the Calamity, so he'll probably like bring a fist to his heart and sort of bow his head to you.
Mm-hmm.
And he will leave you in the room. And he will entrust you with this most sacred room in this place.
Cool. Yeah, I think I would just enjoy my time in there and kind of absorb whatever else is on the walls. I know that you said that there was like tablets and all on the walls, so I think Finch would just want to try and like absorb as much as possible, like knowing that their time there for now may be limited, even though that they can return. Obviously, there's quite a bit of a journey in front of us when it comes to the crown. So I think they're going to want to just like take this opportunity to like absorb what they can, but being mindful that like we also likely need to make haste.
And you have the horn. I think there was a slight mistake in my writing, but essentially it allows you to just to be very clear about what it is capable of. It allows you to basically cast the spell Word of Recall that shall allow you to return to this place. But also, and it does...
It's a weak charge.
It's a weekly charge, but it does also allow you to then blow it again and instantly return to your original location afterward, which I will update. So, yeah, that is yours to use. And a call sort of goes out across the monastery from Father Darrow, who says, "Time for bandage changes. Please form a nice line, a nice queue in the hall. We're going to begin the medicinal." And as you all go in for your bandage changing, we will go to break. But I will say, anyone who did have organ damage, put 2 marks beside organ damage, as you have received 2 days of mending to that particular wound. And yeah, let's go to break, and we'll be back in like 15 minutes, something like that. Cool. Yeah, you guys can, you all get bandaged up. It is worth noting, like, various let's go see real quick, because Finch and the headmaster probably spend like a couple hours talking with each other which might draw the attention of some individuals, but not before we deal with those interim hours. So, Glint and Nyx, Finch is held up by the headmaster, and you guys leave. So, is there anything that you two would like to do around the monastery?
How old is this monastery?
Yeah, give me that stone cunning check, right?
Yeah.
Give me that stone cunning.
Alrighty. That's a 31.
Oh, the DC was 32. No, you're good. I'll pop a little image of the monastery, the metallic order, as a handout on Roll20. Hundreds of years, Glint. You look at this, the stone here, and the stone on the floor. You know when you go to like old, medieval like cathedrals or whatever, like, and you see that the actual like cobblestones on the walkway are actually like indented from just hundreds of years of people walking across it. There's a lot of that going on. And the actual stone itself is a stone that maybe you read about as a dwarf, that was long sort of like, it hasn't really been used. Like the use of it was like, they just didn't use it anymore, because there's better rock. And you know that this rock was like very prominently used around the age of the Calamity. A couple use of it kind of ceased in and around the time of the Calamity's end. So this is hundreds and hundreds of years old. This place is ancient.
Nyx, have you ever been in a really old temple, church, building? I mean, you traveled all over with the carnival, yes?
Yes. I don't know if I've ever been anywhere quite this old, though.
Carved out of a mountain does tend to be quite ancient, typically. It's probably been around for centuries, millennia.
About 800 years specifically.
About 800 years, God told me. I'm going to take something of a tour. Do you want to bumble around with me?
I'd love to.
Delightful. And yeah, Glint's going to just, left to his relatively own devices, just bumble around the temple and get as good of a feel for the layout and the floor plan and kind of the hands that went into making it as possible.
Absolutely. You would be, as you go around, you're fairly sure this isn't dwarven craftsmanship. Otherwise, the stone wouldn't be indented, even after 800 years. Like, come on, dwarven, come on. But this is not dwarven masonry. This was probably mason. You don't know who masoned it. It could be humans or elves. You're not really sure, just because of the sheer age, and also humans and elves. Oh no, I'll take it back. This largely gives, not elves, because elves like to use magic to build, and this doesn't really give that. It gives handmade by, not elves, certainly not dwarves. It could have been made by any number of races after that: humans, gnomes, halflings. Anyone that doesn't have substantial racial, cultural skill in craftsmanship, or building magics. So you predict perhaps humans. It is ancient. You do see that it has been updated and fixed in various places. You go to the cathedral. You see the big, beautiful cathedral that the walls themselves are old, and the paintings are very, very, very old as well. Where a lot of them are beginning to fade, just from maybe they were placed in places where there was sun damage maybe, but have clearly been moved into places of darker lighting for their preservation. But like the cushions and the books and like the candles, clearly some things are from earlier times, that certain things have been replaced by earlier settings. And yeah, you see the very large, long cathedral that has been placed in the monastery. There is the central garden. You see Yvaine and this random half-elf girl sort of through the hallways and run over to the library. You see many relics are on stairs throughout. Strange items. You don't expect to have tremendous magic within them. Probably relics of old times. You see the kitchens where Ember and company shoo you off. It sounds like, and then eventually you two, if you wish, will come to the library where you will probably see Yvaine under a pile of books quite happily.
Awesome, yeah. Glint's been making like the holy symbol of Bahamut at the relics and reliquaries as they pass, you know?
Yeah. And I'm sure this does definitely, you know, when you walk into a cathedral, I don't consider myself to particularly believe in God as a person, but when you go into like a cathedral or like a
feel the
basilica,
belief present there.
Yeah, you feel the faith and you feel the presence of what one might call God. It's very much like that. You feel the faith and the presence of the platinum dragon in this place as you walk. And you guys find yourselves into this ancient library to end your little go about.
Oh, this is some delightful architecture. This wasn't really built in one go. I mean, it rarely is with human work, mind. This was done over generations. I mean, some of the Baroque decorations along the windows especially, those were probably maybe 60 years more after the initial construction, if you look there. Oh, there's books here. Delightful.
Is Yvaine? So Yvaine's in this room right now too, right?
Yeah, you see Yvaine is... We'll say Yvaine, you just got here like 5 minutes ago and you're like having like a Belle in Beauty and the Beast like song moment or something.
I was gonna ask if she'd found anything fun to read, but she's just gotten here too.
Well, we can always take a look around. I imagine some of the books here are quite ancient, so I'd rather, handle gently, make sure they don't disintegrate.
You see the half-elven woman approach you at this point, and she says, welcome. My name is Lefana. I'm the curator of the headmaster's collection. You're most welcome to come take a look at our store, so long as we're careful with the books. Some of them are very ancient.
Of course, I wouldn't dream of mistreating anything here. Oh, is that Yvaine over there?
Oh yeah, she go. Please go say hi. Go.
Oh. Yvaine, what have you found over here?
I just got here, and I don't know what to look for.
Oh well,
There's so much. So I was thinking, and I just maybe I would try to find out more about whenever this happened. Maybe it was about on the calamity or some such.
The temple.
My star map with Tiamat and Bahamut.
Oh.
Locked up because that's what's on her star map.
Oh, very cool. Are you looking into the conflict between them?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't. Bahamut keeps saving my life. I really feel like I should get to know him and his history better. It's been like 3 times now. And I mean, like,
keep happening, doesn't it?
It's a thing at this point. So yeah, I'm going to try to educate myself about the Platinum Dragon.
Well, I do enjoy a good story. I'm happy to help you sort through the books if you like. Sure that with all the extra hands we have here amongst us, we could, and pause as well. Apologies, Happy. We could probably
Is there
find
anything you're
things.
looking for?
You know,
Do you think dragons have any like particular dragon magic?
Ooh,
Lefana would say, "Oh, that's in that back section over there."
Oh, well, if I'm allowed to propose, I'm something of a magician myself, you know.
Sorry, that's a spider. We're not spiders.
She's actually very interested in anything on transmutative, like how does she knows that dragons can shapeshift, obviously.
You do.
Anything in here?
Let us. Slightly off base while I open the book up. Did you guys know that Fizbon, the famous Archmage, is actually one of the aliases of the Platinum Dragon himself? So Fizbon's Treasury of Dragons was, for all intents and purposes, wrote by Bahamut himself. So, fun fact.
No, I didn't know that.
I learned that yesterday and was like, wow, that's cool. Okay, let's take a look. Dragon magic. You are directed over to Dragon Magic, and there is going to be, there's a plethora of books. Let's see. You pick out a book called The Codex Arcanum Draconis.
Oh.
Yeah, you like that shit, don't you? Like that name. It is a collection of arcane research, spells, and magical techniques developed and refined by dragons, particularly focusing, look at that. The cover is marked with arcane symbols and even a couple of glowing runes as you bear it. It is an old book, and as you open it, the pages sort of sift and fall as the bindings have begun to fail. It's a very, very careful. The contents contain a number of unique spells. Let me tell you what they are. There's a couple. They're mainly described. They're not like the literal wizard to be wrote down. There is a couple of them. The first one says Nathar's Mischief. It is a spell. It is a illusion spell that. It is actually a spell that was created in, again, during the Calamity, between various arcane worshippers of both Bahamut and Korlor, meant to combine the powers of draconic magic and fey magic at the same time to create something called a mischievous surge. It produces a number of strange effects that include charming and blinding, bouquets of flowers, piles of apples, and so on and so forth. Perhaps something that Nyx, maybe you might be interested in. That sounds very fey. There's a spell called Rhymes Binding Ice, which was a spell made to do with silver dragons in mind. There is a spell called Ashildal's Stride, which basically allows you to blast like dragon flames out of your feet to grant you explosive flaming speed, and basically like burn people that you fly by. And then there's a number of others.
Very Ember.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's a very Ember spell there.
Yeah.
And there's a couple more. There's one called Rolfin's Psychic Lance. There's another called Summon Draconic Spirit. There's Fizbon's Platinum Shield, and lastly, Draconic Transformation going up in spell level. There's a couple of very interesting spells described within this book.
All of these sound like quite powerful workings. Miss Lefana, are you much of an arcanist by trade?
I know some. I'm technically a practiced wizard.
Do you dabble in any dragon magic? I mean, I'd be happy to let you look at some of my notes if I could, copy off some of yours.
Make me a persuasion check to see if this wizard's willing to show you hers.
With disadvantage due to my perpetual exhaustion, that's a 5.
Oh no. she will say, I was told that wizards aren't really supposed to exchange wizard books. I've never really met another wizard though before. What kind of magic stuff do you have?
Oh,
What circle of power are you as your most powerful circle of power?
I've managed to cast spells of up to fifth circle.
Fifth circle? That's such a high level spell.
Well, thank you. I've studied for quite some time. It took quite a bit of work to get there. Mostly, I dabble in abjuration and transmutation. And also, I make a fair habit of the study of necromancy.
I don't know any necromancy spells, and I know a couple. I could show you Archer Dallin's Stride if you wish.
That would sound delightful. Is there any particular magic you're looking to learn yourself that I might know?
I don't know. What do you have that's exciting? Maybe I could give you a third for one of your thirds. What's a good third level spell that you have? What would be like your signature third level spell?
I don't think you'd want to know my signature third level.
No, I'd love to hear. I don't know a lot about magics outside the monastery.
It's animating the dead.
Oh, is that very common in the world below? Sounds very interesting.
It went through something of a phase a few decades back. It was quite popular for a little bit.
Oh, I'd love to exchange you for that spell.
Mm-hmm. Now, just remember, whenever it comes to the animation of the dead and, using the corpus of the deceased, you want to be mindful of who they were and why you're doing such a thing. It's never to be undertaken lightly. You must always respect the body of those that have passed on and, ideally, gain their consent, or at least have a very good reason. Well, yes.
They're dead. How do you gain their consent?
Well, sometimes through conversations while they're still alive. Sometimes through social contract. Occasionally through agreements and prior wills and documents left behind and such contracts.
This sounds like a very involved spell. You have to go study about the person you're raising?
The spell itself is actually quite simple if you have some familiarity with how the body functions and can weave the necrotic energy as threads to properly puppeteer it. Most spells are quite direct in their application that way. It's mostly a matter of considering the impact that casting that spell will have as a consequence. Magic is quite easy. People are quite difficult, I find. And it's very important to be mindful of their needs before you go doing anything that's quite permanent to them or their remains.
Okay. I live in a monastery, so we have a great respect for our honored dead.
Of course, I'm sure. I just feel an obligation to give the spiel before I teach anyone how to raise the dead.
Sure. Is it like a social faux pas to raise a skeleton? Is that raise someone up from the dead? Or?
In most company, yes.
Well, I've heard that it's very good. I've heard that there's a lot of good comes from raising the dead. I've heard of when people die and you bring them back and they're, and you keep fighting. It's
I'm not talking about resurrection.
Well, this sounds like a very confusing spell, but why don't we sit down and talk about the arcane, and I'm sure I'll come to understand.
Mm-hmm. And Glint will find a desk and put out 1, 2, 3, 4 of his different spell books on the desk.
Yeah, and she'll start learning. Do you want to learn Archer Dallin's Stride before you teach her Animate Dead, or vice versa?
I think Glint's gonna try and learn a Chardalon Stride first.
Fair enough. Yeah, you guys sit down for a minute. And that'll take a couple hours, I believe. I think it's like 2 hours for every level of spell.
Yeah.
So that'll take 6 hours. I'll say you could get it done in 6 hours if you have the inks and paper for it.
Yeah.
And you get down to that 6 hour mark, and she'll say, "Okay, yeah, it's my turn. Okay, so let's start talking about it." And as you start, going to work on that, very quickly, much like teaching someone raised in a nunnery about what a burlesque show is, she starts to kind of like, realize exactly what it is that you're teaching her to do. She was like, "There's skeleton? Just a skeleton?"
I mean, you can use the meat. I just find it both less expedient and oddly invasive. I prefer if the bones just kind of come on out on their own. It's just more fastidious.
Okay, please stop.
Tell you what, I have a wonderful spell for removing curses. Would you prefer that instead?
I really like it. I really like remove curses, please.
Let's go with that one.
Okay. And she's like, takes that piece of paper to her spell book and goes, shh. And like, throws that away. And we'll learn remove curse from you instead. But yeah, you can add Archidal and Stride to your inventory and mark off the 150 gold pieces.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. I would like to use some of our curse, a little better. Circling back around, Nyx and Yvaine, is there anything that you guys would like to do around the libraries or any other books you'd like to look at?
Oh, yeah, let's go through this. So, right, I'm in the Library of Bahamut. And something arcane. Wasn't expecting that. So, does he have anything on astrology or divination? Specifically, like oracular divination, as opposed to wizardry divination.
Sure. Maybe an investigation check.
Do that. Not with that dice. It's been shitty. All right, that is a 17 on the dice, and I think it's a +4. But I will go check. It is a plus. Oh yeah, proficiency +5. So 17 + 5, 22.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. Let's see here. There's definitely one book that will be of interest to you here. Yep. Let me go grab it. Scroll, and you find a book in all of these volumes called A Star Forged Accord. And the text is bound in a very strange metal that you have never touched or seen before. It is almost like obsidian, but not quite as shiny or soft. It's very strong. And as you open up this very old book, it describes ancient pacts between Bahamut's followers and celestial beings from beyond the stars. The writing itself actually shimmers faintly, as if reflecting the moonlight of the night sky. And its contents are a chronicle of celestial allies of Bahamut, including solar angels and otherworldly beings, and their influence on the material plane during the calamity. There's even instructions on complex rituals for the summoning of divine aid.
I'm copying it. I'm not even trying to understand it. I'm copying it, and I've got rocks out.
You've got rocks out, okay.
Rocks, not
right.
Roxy.
Yeah, right. I was like, sure, some rocks. That's cool.
I've got her on the arcane thing. Here's the
Yeah.
formula for summer. I'm like, get that. I'm gonna get the names of all the friends of Bahamut. You got to memorize this. We might need this at some point in the future.
And to be clear, this does have this is about celestials, but it is also about the stars, in that it does strangely to you almost, some of these more powerful angels and their deeds are described using names that match actual stars that have been named in the night sky, like as if to say some of these angels literally are some of the stars in the sky.
So then, if I wanted to find someone who is strong enough to supersede the thing that Sightless did to me.
Give me a second. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. I want you to make me a quick investigation check for the book itself, as you're looking for such a thing.
Give me just a second. All right, so first of all, I'm absolutely going to use my inspiration. Second of all, before I use my inspiration, I would like to roll my daily wheel or woe, because it's probably going to be woe because I need it to be a wheel. But let's see. Yep,
Sure.
called it. It's an 11. Called it. I'm going to start rolling these like 2 days before. Like on Saturday night when we get together. Ryan! All right.
That's all right, yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, now that is better. Okay, so it's an investigation. That is a 16. My investigation is a +5, so 21. But never mind. I can't use it because it wasn't the right thing. Just 21, but that's it.
21. Okay, no problem.
I gotta kill my inspiration now.
You flip through the pages, and you find. Let me see if I can produce for you a fun.
So I'm specifically looking at like how to supersede a pact, and maybe with whom. Like, is that like just yeah? There. I'm gonna shut up now.
How to supersede a pact. I don't think there would be information here about how to supersede a pact, but if you're looking to identify a remarkably powerful celestial aligned with Bahamut, you are about to get that. I'm just seeing if I can make this extra cool for you. Hang on a second. Okay, you go looking through the book, and you're like, take me to the most powerful motherfucker in here, right? You flip to one page that describes indeed an angel. Describes. Ooh, wow, that's not good. Ooh, this is actually very cool. Man. Okay, it's fine. You flip to this one page, very similar to the image that I showed you of the Cato Geist, but it is much more like divine. You see this powerful angel. It has this particular angel has platinum skin, long gold hair, burning yellow celestial eyes, and a massive sword on it. He's draped in beautiful whites and has small bits of like pauldron armor, but again, very Greek god, is strong and mighty. And the minimal amount of armor is almost as if to say that this immortal angel is so powerful. The idea of it wearing armor is almost like a joke. And this powerful angel sort of sits upon the page and looks at you, and you can almost like feel his presence simply from the image alone. And indeed, this angel will be described to you. His name is Gabriel. He is an angel that is known as a Solar, who was the right hand of Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon. However, it was unfortunate that he was captured during the calamity and pulled down to the abyss to be tormented by Balors of some evil. It doesn't go on to describe like who did it, but it basically says that Gabriel was a mighty warrior, a commander of armies, and smited magnificent evils during the calamity, the likes of which were comparable to the betrayers themselves. A warrior of supreme power, who was eventually defeated in battle by literally an army of some of the most powerful demons to ever arise from the abyss, and was pulled down into the abyss. And then it says Mythos states that he suffers even today for those he defended in the war, and survives in his torment.
The abyss, huh? Anything
Yep.
else? Lechthian.
It doesn't go on to describe, like, it's not like Christian, like Old Testament, where they go on to like describe in gruesome detail the torments of people. It speaks of his deeds and his valor and his honor, and then it states his end, but not to glorify it.
No, but it might be nice to know where he's being held. So,
It simply says he was the right hand of Bahamut, and it took a great many monstrous demons to defeat him and pull him down into the abyss. Which layer of the abyss? It does not say.
Thank you. That was
Yeah,
cool.
but
Thank
perhaps you might be able to investigate. Who knows? But this is certainly the most powerful celestial you've come upon, second to the gods themselves. Okay, fantastic. Okie dokie then. That was a cool bit of lore. What about you, Nyx? Are you interested in the library? What are you doing? Do you want to just like browse and see if you find something cool on the things, looking for things? Yeah, okay, cool. Do me a favor, why don't you roll me a d8? And we'll see what kind of book you pull off the shelf. Five. Let's see what we got. You pull out a book called, this is actually very perfect for you. You pull out a book called The Songs of Winter's End. It is a beautifully illuminated book that actually holds a collective of ballads and poems and sagas written in tribute to good's victory over evil within the wintry realms. And it is often sung during, and I'll tell you what, you look through and you recognize like only one or two. You recognize, you recognize them, quite a few of them, but there's like half of them that you've never heard of before. And you recognize them to have been sung during a celebration here on Exandria called the Festival of Renewal. And there's many songs in here that you don't recognize. Poems about the blessings of Bahamut over the northern realms, and heroic deeds of silver dragons, and ode to ancient celestial champions. And each verse carries a moral lesson. So as a bard, that might be kind of interesting to you. Who knows?
Yes. Very nice.
Very cool. Yes, quite. Cool. So let's pull away from that. Ember, you're cooking. Finch, you're talking. At this point, yeah, we'll come to you, Ember. At which point whatever your banquet is, it is complete. It is ready. It is time for eating. The Wise Blossom sisters look at you and go, "Okay, it's ready. It's incredible. I've never seen something so delicious. Should we get everybody? Should we get everybody ready?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the two of them will go running around the monastery going, ding, 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 ding. They got these like bells and they're going ding, 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 ding. Those of you in the library are like, oh, okay, everybody put the books down. It's time for dinner. Same with you, Finch. You hear this bell ringing sound, and you know you being a religious person, you know what the bell means. And all of you find yourselves coming into this dinner hall alongside the father and the bookworm, the headmaster, everybody in the monastery, including perhaps yourselves, shows up if you wish. And Ember, would you like to describe what they might see sitting upon these tables?
Well, there's a wide variety of things taken from human culture, elven and fey culture, from dwarven culture, from halfling culture represented here. There are a couple of appetizers, like some dwarven meatballs that they call tide me over. There are some elven kind of rice balls that are done with a variety of herbs. There is a halfling salad. There are some kind of Feywild deviled egg type of arrangement. There is a large and significant pot roast. There's some cheese topped onion soup. There's some dwarven flatbread and some halfling oatmeal cookies.
Ooh. A remarkable feast lies before you all that widens the eye of everybody, including the headmaster, the priests, and and Beverly. Ember seems to have outdone himself today.
Please, everybody, help yourself.
Who we have not heard from in very long. Master Builder Alvar Starkfin, the individual who is very much alive because of all you, goes, I could use a good meal. Well, thank you very much. Oh my goodness. And he'll sit down and he goes, that's really and just starts like he's had a long day himself. And you'll see that these the handful of followers of Bahamut in this monastery start eating. The headmaster maybe a little less so because he's maybe just like enjoying maybe the halls being a little bit more filled these days and is kind of like, the grandpa at the family dinners, or like seeing the family together enjoying it. But like the priests are like just like, this is so good. What is this? And someone's like, that's a sweet potato. A sweet potato? It comes in sweet flavors, and are just like, they devour it and are love it and eat with gusto. What about the rest of you?
Mr. Van Zyl, you have genuinely outdone yourself.
It was cathartic.
I hope so. We need the little things to get through the day, I think.
Indeed. Well and truly said.
And yeah, Glint will grab a plate or a bowl, in absence thereof, and absolutely start digging in.
For sure. You'll see that the various priests and halflings do one of those before dinner, and then dig in for sure. And you guys all dig in, and there's
Nyx is like sampling.
Yeah, it does a little. Yeah,
Nyx is like sampling all the different things.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah! In fact, let me make the tavern track a little more bustling now. And Ember, a familiar. It's been a rough couple of days, but a familiar sound finds its way to your ear. You hear the sounds of sloshing tankards and cutlery on bowls, and most importantly, cheer, and joy and laughter, which is what is found in a lot of taverns, is people just getting along and laughing and having a good time and sharing an easy conversation, and you feel that energy sort of lift upward. And strangely enough, Ember, you've been having these feelings in your blood lately, the last couple of days. As you feel that buzz of community sort of lift up, you can't help but feel like that same sort of like the buzzing almost like under your skin, like in a good way. And like you just feel like ever so slightly, your just like sense of touch just feels like a little tingly all over your body. Like this is feeding you somehow in a physical way.
Awesome.
At some point during the meal, I think the headmaster is going to stand up with a mug of something wonderful to drink that has been provided. And he'd say, if it isn't disruptive to the ending of this meal, I'd like to propose a toast to all who have come here. It says, it is the commandment of Platinum Dragon for justice and honor. And so here I stand, ready to honor those who have come to our halls in the air of justice. It was the Platinum Dragon who smiled upon our meetings today. All of you have come forth for the greater good of all the lands, and it is we who are all but too happy to honor you for your great deeds. So I propose a toast to the guests within our halls. You are welcome here within these halls anytime, and you honor us with your virtue. He'll raise his mug to all of you and drink, and the halflings are like, here, yeah, huzzah! And he'll take his drink and sit down, and he doesn't need to say it, but you can see this big, stupid smile on his dragonborn face that says, like, he's just overjoyed to see his halls a little more full again. Is there anything anyone would like to do at dinner? Anything anyone would like to talk about now that you're all gathered for the first time since you're arriving here?
Then we'll probably pull up a chair alongside whatever the largest focusing of our group is, and just kind of give them the fill-in finally of like what was discussed with the headmaster, whose name's in my notes, Cilraketh, Cloud Speaker.
Cilraketh.
So it looks like sooner rather than later we'll be back on the road with our contraband in tow.
I can fly us for 4 hours, but that's all of my high level spells.
Well, speaking of flying, you can turn into many things, anything you've seen, right?
No. Oh, no.
No?
My abilities are so incredibly limited, you don't understand. I can turn Fen into more things than I can turn myself into, but what I do is a kind of a natural ability as opposed to a spell, and the spell's a bit limited.
My God. So the things that you could turn Fen into, would that possibly include a smaller dragon of sorts?
No, and you have no idea how much it annoys me. I keep looking at the dragons. I've taken what it was a bad one. Look, I've studied dragon anatomy on a red dragon that was horrible and tried to kill us. And so it was self-defense. Anyway, what oh shit. That's literally why she just puts her hand over her mouth. Anyway, I can't figure them out. It took me forever to figure out birds. Birds, they fly because they're weak. The bones are hollow. I don't know how dragons fly. They shouldn't be able to.
The headmaster says, yes, indeed, scientists have been telling us for centuries we cannot fly, and yet we go on flying anyway.
And you're magnificent! I don't know how to shape change into a dragon, and it's a life goal.
He will say, indeed, birds' wings are hollow, but it is the blood of dragons that has magic in it. It might have something to do with that. A small portion. It may also have to do that we are quite
That
So
tracks, that
I'm
tracks.
assuming you spent the day in a library, Yvaine?
Oh no, not all day. I spent some of the day in the garden.
You didn't happen to run across a map, did you?
No, but in truth, I wasn't looking for one, but I could find one. It was a wonderful library. I suppose we need one of a Silra.
You are here and we are going there. Would be kind of handy.
It would be extraordinarily handy. So anyway, I assume I'm going to turn Fen into a dino. There's an eagle I can carry 3. We'll be able to
I
move.
can enhance the ability a little bit. Make you a bit stronger.
What would I wonder what that would do? I don't know if it would extend the time, but it could make it easier for us to endure the
I could also just enhance endurance for you and Finn.
Well,
I mean,
generally speaking, down should be easier. And we're about as up as you get.
Gliding scenario, right?
We will have to
Well,
pick up the.
When you watch birds at the docks, down seems to be faster. And it seems to be less effort. That's why they spend so much time going around in circles going up.
it's still going to take us at least 2 days, I think. So we're going to have to park somewhere. I don't know how to keep us safe.
That's fine. I think if we're just opening distance, as long as we're opening it kind of directly in the line that we've got to take, then after we've expended what we can expend in that, then we can lean on Zarvolg's expertise and the map if I can get a look at it, and we'll have a navigation asset, then we can take it from there.
It is at this point that who's it going to be? Wickus will kind of like she left at one point, and she like arrives at this point with like a folded up piece of paper, and she'll like put it on your table and said, "The headmaster told me to get you a map of Basira, so here you go."
I'll look at it and start kind of offhand casting minor illusion in combination with keen mind, so I have a replica of it available for future reference.
I'll even get Roxy out and have Roxy start copying the image, so that we have all the bases covered.
Now that'll be better for longer term. For the next couple of weeks, I'll be good with what I'm getting here, but if we ever need to come back, that certainly would be handy. And speaking of, we are likely to run across other devotees of Bahamut. Is this a place we are okay sharing with those devotees, or should it remain a sacrosanct secret?
The headmaster will he will say that his monastery is not terribly well known. However, I have offered it. He sort of stops himself, and he will say, "I will leave it in the hands of Finch. Finch you may take authority upon that.
Fair enough.
I think Finch would like free, like kind of like being enjoying like just the surroundings and like kind of like overhearing that be like freeze, like who, me?
Moi?
What? That's something I'm definitely gonna have to consider. This monastery is a place of honor and respect, and I'm slightly hesitant about opening its doors so freely.
Perhaps a case by case basis then as you feel appropriate.
Yes, you've seen what is within these walls. I want to make sure that it continues to stay sacred and protected.
Speaking of sacred and protected, I need to get down to my kids at the foot of the mountain before sundown. So that there's not, an angry horde of uncontrolled undead stomping around at the base of the mountain. Does anyone want to go with me?
I'll go with you.
I'm
Yvaine, you coming too?
The headmaster.
I can fly you both.
The headmaster will say, as is one of the precautions I keep active, any of you who should fall from the monastery will fall as if upon a cloud. There is no ground that could harm you should you step off from the monastery side, so long as, of course, I remain at the top of the mountain. I can only maintain the defenses of my lair so long as I am here. If I were to leave, it would be much more vulnerable to certain entities.
How many people fell off the mountain before you decided that was necessary? I'm just curious.
The priests are like all four priests stop and look at the headmaster's well, I was not always capable of what I am now.
Was it you? Did you fall off this mountain?
Of course not. I am a dragon and of mighty wings to defend me. Dragons do not fall, dragons soar.
Of course you do.
We never really did a head count. But I assure you, it's not... I don't want to talk about this anymore.
I'll go with you and I can fly back up.
Wonderful. That would be a great help. Also, I just sort of miss their little faces.
Also miss Frederick.
I do miss Frederick. He has such a radiant glow to his visage, He's the picture of health.
So as soon as dinner is done, I think we're going to jump off a cliff.
The headmaster will say, just simply let me know when you wish to leave, and it'll take me about 10 minutes, but I should be able to clear the weather system I have grown below the clouds, make it easier to traverse.
Oh, excellent. Is there dessert, or is now good?
Just some cookies.
Oh, can I take one to go?
Oh, by all means.
Oh, thank you.
I
Where
go
did you
to
get
eat
the
my
chocolate chips
cookie,
from?
and then I stop and give it to Happy.
Oh.
Happy goes, and then takes a big bite out of it, starts eating it, and including the headmaster are like, what is that thing?
He's quite fond of pastries.
They're all very impressed by the way Happy can put it back, and Happy eats that oatmeal cookie lickety split. And Happy looks very happy.
Oh.
The important thing to remember that these are halfling cookies. These are people who eat a lot.
So just the one.
The halflings are like, we love carbs.
600 calories per cookie.
Yeah.
They're only
But
like
no,
that big.
no protein. None. No protein. All the carbs, all the calories. That's the halfling way.
Well, you know what would help, get some of this excess of food out of my system would be,
Sugar?
orbiting. Oh, that too. Well, maybe, a little bit lower on the priorities. I was thinking jumping off a cliff. So, see you all later.
And Yvaine
The
will
headmaster has been
accompany
sort of
them.
sitting and kind of, not with too much effort, but you can see that there is a concentration as he's perhaps altering the sky around the monastery. And he'll give you all the nod and say, be cautious as you go. This monastery may be defended, but I cannot promise about what lies behind.
Fair enough.
Okay. Yvaine and
Mary
Glint are going
Poppins,
for
are
a
we
little skelly Mary Poppins situation.
Okay.
Okay.
Before the final jump, Headmaster, I did have a question. Do you all have any spare weapons by any chance?
Yes, we have a complete armory that you are more than welcome to take what you wish from.
That would be a wondrous help. I have to arm approximately 14 skeletons.
Yes, yes, you may. The weapons were used by warriors of the calamity. He kind of grumbles to himself about these weapons of ancient, like sacred, holy, whatever. And you're gonna give them to your undead abominations. He's like,
If you're uncomfortable with it, I won't force it. I won't.
I'm tremendously uncomfortable with it, but please do it anyway.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're sure, I'll take your enablement as allowment.
Just go.
Thank you.
That's great. You just hit him with one of those. He's like, you motherfucker. And he stands up and he's like,
As Glint's backing out the door.
that is fucking hilarious. Yeah, you guys head out. He will say, you can go to the army and take what you will. But he will also be very specific. He says, you're sure to jump off of the western portion of the peak that you first arrived upon specifically. Otherwise, the clouds you meet will be solid as stone.
We'll western side, not it.
Yes. And when you ascend once again, do the same but from the west. I do not wish to make entering or exiting this place predictable.
West side, copy.
Very well. And you guys can all head out there, and as you step to the clouds to the side, you guys can jump off, Geronimo! And as you hit the cloudscape and disappear into the cloudscape, very much like the DreamWorks logo, as you guys hit the cloud, you get caught by a cloud, and as you two sort of fall to the ground, you're literally I don't know, like Goku on his little cloud or other Chinese mythological creature.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just float down on a cloud. A little cloud catches you and just flips you down.
It's marvelous.
This is the power of Bahamut.
It's pretty impressive, to be honest with you.
Yeah, honestly, it's quite something.
And you guys begin to fall down the side of the mountain very slowly as you go. And it'll take a minute to get to the bottom. It is very much as an elevator situation. Getting back up might be a little faster because you're only falling 60 feet around. So, which is still pretty fast, but for the size of the peak, it will take a minute. Just to finish up over here, is there anything Nyx, Finch, or Ember would like to do during the dinner?
No, I'm just happy making sure that everybody has plates full, mugs full.
Fantastic. Nyx, Finch, anything for you guys?
So, the headmaster said that we could peruse the armory.
Yes, he said you were all welcome to peruse the armory, indeed. And And yeah, if you wanted to head over there and mix with a cookie or something,
Yes.
you certainly could. You find your way over there, and you find your way past like a little training area that looks like it doesn't get a ton of use, and into an armory where you see a variety of weapons. You see some more modern-looking crossbows, but then you see swords and weapons of ancient design. They are functional weapons, but they're very different. It's like the difference between like an English longsword and a Japanese like katana. They're similar weapons, but distinct differences. You see rapiers and short swords and axes and flails and maces and shields with the emblem of a platinum dragon on it. Again, modern crossbows, but ancient style longbows. They may be ancient in design, but they are freshly, or they were forged at least recent enough that they are functional. There's many weapons within. Would you be interested in any of them?
Are there any handheld crossbows?
There is a couple hand crossbows sitting around.
Nyx is very interested in one of those.
Yeah, you pick up a hand crossbow and you no, I can let it happen. But yeah, you pick there's like I'll roll the dice. I'll let the dice decide. This is a dice game. There's quite a few. There's like a couple of them on the table. There's like 8 of them that are just kind of like lined up in 4 and 4. With plenty of crossbow bolts if you wanted to take a couple.
Nyx would very much like to do that.
You take a pair of hand crossbows. You may add a pair of hand crossbows to your inventory, and however many crossbow bolts you want for the crossbow bolt case. Oh yeah!
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Ember's just feeding people. Nyx is acquiring new armaments. Fantastic. Finch, is there anything you'd like to do at dinner, or do you just kind of enjoy dinner?
Yeah, I think during dinner, like Finch would just be like absorbing the atmosphere, like both with the individuals like who like are a part of the monastery as well as like their friends. So like watching Ember like in his element. Like everyone just kind of like enjoying socializing and thinking about the things that have been presented to them. And then I think once Glint and Yvaine go and jump off the mountain, I think when it was appropriate, Finch would, I guess, like make their way honestly back up to that sword with the tree and just like very like quickly and respectfully, like now that they understand like its meaning, I think that they would go back and just kind of like pay homage to the individual that like the story that was told to them, like say like a prayer there and then join the festivities again.
Absolutely. You see the blade, and it's an ancient blade, again, very Narsil, a blade that was used centuries ago for war and now stands as a testament, still sharp. You make your prayer to a champion, an ancient knight of great honor and sacrifice, and see the big tree, leafless, not dead, but leafless. And yeah, you make your prayer, and then you may return back to, it was dinner, you said?
Yeah, I think, it wouldn't be like a long time, but I think, they would just, now kind of like processing like all of the information that they read, hearing that story. I think they would want to just go back and, just kind of pay honor to like the fallen rider. Like they wouldn't touch it or like anything like that. They would definitely be respectful, like especially now that they know like what it stands for. And I think just processing the story that was told to them about like the rider and its history alongside, like the information that they're learning and what all of that kind of symbolizes. And then they would get back to everyone.
Fantastic. Spend some time out. It's cold out, but your faith warms you. And you consider and pay homage. Well done. Meanwhile, down the mountain, things get a little more spookier than all that. Let me just change the vibe. Actually, I'm gonna save this right here, just so we don't have to spend too much time. Wasted time. Atmosphere blocking here. Continue. Meanwhile, down the side of the mountain. There. Let's see here. Let's do that. Okay. You guys descend down the mountain. Very much the atmosphere of hearth and friendship and whatever dampens. You see the mountainside is quite wet. And it is also worth noting that it is like very poor weather down here as you make your way past the clouds. It does seem to be the intensity of whatever storm was billowing earlier. It's raining. Nothing peltingly so, but it is raining as you descend down the side of the mountain. It is cold. Not arctically so, but it's still good that you have your strong gear on, and it is very windy. You're sort of billowed and berated by the wind and the storm, and not so much that like it's too intense for you to do anything. It's uncomfortable to be sure, and in fact, I'd even say that rain is more like a heavy snow given the temperate. So you're just kind of in this sort of blizzard, and the headmaster said to you that this was like he would basically like calm the storm below. So you probably couldn't imagine what kind of storm you had been conjuring down here if this is the calm storm. But you descend into the dark below as you make your way down the very, very tall mountain. And as you come to the ground and stop, you see many skeletal corpses laying about.
Are any still intact?
None are still intact. They all have been, well, fallen apart.
Oh, concerning. They're not supposed to do that. Whew. Let me check the duration of a spell. And is there any sign of what caused it?
How do you intend to go about seeking this? Is this like a survival? Are you looking for tracks? Are you looking around for enemies?
I think looking at any visual signs of damage on the skeletons themselves.
Okay. Though they are dead, they are still anatomy, so make me a medicine check.
Okay. And my bonus to medicine. Okay. That's gonna be a 12.
A 12. You look at them and you see that there are some of the bones have like cracks or slash marks. Others have some are slashed up, some have been pierced through their armor. But a lot of these aren't like on the front. A lot of these are like rib and shoulder, or like kind of scrapes along the skeletal around the neck.
Yvaine says
Very
to Glint,
vital.
"We go. Let's go. We'll reanimate them later."
Yep. Glint's going to cast a spell if he can, which is going to be protection from evil and good on himself, since it lasts for up to 10 minutes. I think in the moment, and like slight amount of panic.
Go.
Yeah.
You hear from the shadows, "Why go when you could stay?" And from the shadows. For maybe the first time, doesn't stab someone to death, and sort of just like kind of reveals herself a little outside her usual MO. You see the six-armed wraith that is the Cadogaste, Jourrael, the inevitable end, step forth amongst these skeletal corpses as you both turn around and sort of your panic. She has blades sort of across her wrists and her many arms. Some of them sort of are at her sides, others hands folded. There's two sort of behind her back. And she sort of just steps forth in the dark. I will say, for all of her vicious glory, there's like clear dark circles under her eyes.
You
Just
seem
kinda
to
like looks
be
into
quite tired. Do you want to catch your breath a moment?
I'm taking all the rest I need right now. She'll look to you, Yvaine, and she will swap to Undercommon and say, "Good evening, sister."
Good evening, Jourrael.
I'm surprised you do not wish to bear the crown yourself. Do you fear our queen?
I don't know her.
Stranger danger.
I don't know her.
You could. The best way to meet someone is to walk right up to them.
And then you take it from my head?
It suits me to have the crown in the hands of our people. I don't imagine I would be unamenable to a worthy disciple bearing her circlet. But I'll happily take the burden of being the queen of her drow on this plane, as I was before.
This is all in Undercommon, right?
This is all in Undercommon.
Actually, in common, she says, you were the queen?
What are you talking about?
Yvaine's just stunned.
You should be on your knees. Though I will say it is fine enough to talk to someone of drow stock.
So what now?
What now, indeed? I'm curious. Do you truly believe you can keep it from me? Do you truly believe there's a place on Earth that can keep it from me? Do you truly believe that those who have stood in my way will not pay the ultimate price?
I truly believe if I get it to Vasselheim, it's not my problem.
Ah,
Vecna couldn't get there. Maybe you can. Maybe one can do what an army couldn't. It's possible.
you mean to trust the clerics of Vasselheim with it?
We told
see.
you that a while ago.
I wonder, which great cleric would you entrust it with? Coralon, the betrayer of our great Spider Queen? Do you think they're priests susceptible to corruption? To tricks and lies? Do you think priests don't lie? What about the Platinum Dragon? I hear such vanity has peeled amongst their ranks. is there a cleric in all the world who can deny a god? Who can deny me?
I say this out of complete ignorance. What are you? Who are you?
My
Your
reputation
type's
doesn't
name,
exceed.
inevitable end. You don't look
Who
like you're
am
mortal.
I don't think I'm enough. You think that if I didn't set my mind to the demise of someone, that it wouldn't come sooner or later. It is out of ignorance you speak. Perhaps you should read some more books. I hear that you're fond of them.
What I meant to say is that I don't think you're mortal. You don't seem like us.
No.
Inevitable end is a moniker, but it does not suggest what I'm asking.
Well, she'll look at you, Glint, and said, didn't someone say that a magician shouldn't reveal all their tricks? I am most lethal because I am unknown until it is too late. You want to know what I am? I am a loyal drow. I am one who is loyal to what we were always created and meant to be. I am her greatest and most loyal servant. I am her left and right hand.
And her left and her right, and also her left and her right, again, by my count.
They do say humor is a good way to deal with fear.
It helps me through a lot, honestly. If I might ask a question of you.
Yes, son of Moradin, please.
Why are you Loth's most loyal?
Because I have done unimaginable, unspeakable. I have done things you would not believe. I have killed those you would think unkillable. At the end of the calamity, it was I who stood, yet still alive.
And what have you been given for it beyond just another forever?
You are not a creature of faith.
Not anymore.
You mean to turn me? Make some excuse as to why what I am is more important than what I serve, what I represent. It does not matter what I have been given. What I have been given is the tools the Spider Queen requires of me to complete her tasks, and I am all too happy to be of service to her because there is no drow, living or dead, who is more faithful, who is more ready to take the life of any who stands between her and her objectives. The only reason why you and your whole group isn't dead already is because, well, you're not my objective. I could have picked you off one by one. Do you deny it? Do you think if I didn't wish it, we'd all be dead in those woods 2 days ago?
There is no doubt in my mind we'd be dead.
She'll sort of step forward slowly. She says, do you think I couldn't take your lives in this very moment if I so choose?
The disturbing amount of ease, I would imagine.
She'll look at you, Yvaine, and say, but no, though I would not think twice of killing the dwarf, probably not even remember I had done it within a couple of days. I always do mourn the death of drow. But I won't. I shall not. Because I see in you such potential. You know what she is. Why not need that be something you shy from? So, let's make this very simple. Your lives for the circlet. Think about what that means. It's so easy to pass off threats to yourself but to loved ones. Think of that little blonde girl who runs around with you, the dwarf, yes? Who I spared once. Think of your almighty paladin, who I presume is still alive. Think of your newest follower, the fairy. Think of the dog. Crown, or your lives. It need not be your responsibility. Your friends need not even know what the deal was struck. I will have it. It's just a matter of if you come out alive or not in the end. You'll have to leave the mountain at some point. And I'll be here. And I'll be watching.
To be clear, we're letting us go. And when we come down, we either give you the circlet or you kill us all.
You will have made your decision the second time you come down. We'll either be allies or enemies. I hope we can be allies. My, you'd look good in a crown. He sort of like runs a finger down your cheek, Yvaine. My, how you'd serve her well, I think. She'll just kind of saunter past the two of you. Just sort of walk with the usual elven grace away from you all in the mist and the cold and the rain, towards the tree line. You can watch her go, but she seems to leave you both amongst the corpses of skeletons.
I'm going to turn into an owl now, a giant one. And if he hasn't started moving, I'm just going to stick my head between his legs and hope he has the good sense to hold on as I fly straight up the western side.
All right. With disturbing silent, well, not disturbing, with the silence and stealth of an owl and the great speed of your magnificent size, you beat your wings with great strength to catch the wind and pull yourself up the side of the mountain. And sure enough, you will ascend properly, and you will make your way through clouds unburdened and land back upon the monastery. I'll say, Finch, as you turn to leave from your prayer at the shall we call the monument of the fallen rider, you see with perhaps some franticness and haste, you see Glint and who you presume to be the owl, Yvaine, sort of fall upon the landing zone over there, shall we call it.
Well, I will make my way to them.
Okay. You catch them outside the doors of the cathedral as they're making their way inside. Or perhaps inside, it's very cold out. So you catch them at the door of the cathedral.
How are your children?
Before group meeting, can we all meet? Can we? Yvaine, clearly disturbed.
Oh.
Currently, they are inert. The Kadogeist, the murder Shelia, is waiting at the foot of the mountain.
I suspected that she would come.
I had a small inkling.
And she didn't follow you up?
No. She gave us an ultimatum.
Doesn't seem like her
I won't
style.
say this more than once. Can we get everyone together, please? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be ugly. It's just fun.
You see the loading screen little wheel in the bottom right corner, and then the whole party is there, presumably, if you all wish to be assembled.
And like as soon as that does, like Yvaine literally ducks under Zar's arm. Shut up, fucking.
What happened?
We have an ultimatum. I can put on the crown. We can give it to her. She kills us all and takes us. She's not going to come up. She doesn't need to. We have to come down. She knows it. Miss anything? The conversation in Undercommon was her wondering why I don't serve the Dark Queen. My response is that I don't know her. I don't.
Because you are one.
Ember.
That's the obvious answer.
I'm sorry. She was very close, and it's a lot of knives she wields, you know. I'm not going to lie and say I wasn't scared.
Well, the way I see it is we're not going to hand over a relic of that power to someone that is a servant of the Spider Queen. It's something of a zero-sum game.
Right? Zero-sum game? So then we have losses, yeah? That's how it works?
There's no real benefits to giving it over because she could spare us, I suppose, but there'd be no reason to at that point either. We no longer have any use.
Except that spiders are practical. Why waste the energy if she has what she wants?
Oh, well, if the option is turn it over, let's be smart about it. We cast it off, and she can fetch. While she's looking for it, we go elsewhere.
Or you can do what my goddess suggested. Just keep the crown away from her. So we put it on my head, and then we get my head to Vasselheim. If you have to take it off, then you have to take it off.
That's not preferable. So we had talked about maybe sending for sigil. Wait. We had talked about using sending maybe to get a sigil because Glint and I both have the ability to do a transportation circle, and all we need is that simple.
Well, we also need the components for casting the spell in the first place, which is a particularly unique sort of chalk, memory serves. And unfortunately, this mountain is not that. We could have the headmaster go and retrieve the components. He floated that as an option. It's just that
if gone,
she would absolutely
be able
suspect,
to take the crown anyway.
Unless we again arrange some sort of trap.
I think going head-to-head against her is a poor choice.
I agree.
Now, we don't have to go down to where you encountered her or where the children's remains are. We can go anywhere at any time.
Okay.
She has to watch the entirety of a mountainscape. That's advantage to us, as long as we've got a trail.
Mm-hmm.
We can always
Have
come back
any
for
of you
Glint's
who've
children.
had conversations with her mentioned Vasselheim?
Yep.
Oh,
Okay, so the path that she has to watch is now much narrower. Assuming that she knows where Vasselheim is. Did it seem like she did?
She was around during the calamity. She
It's
was
been around a while.
actually around during the calamity. She fought in the... Yeah, she's familiar.
Okay. Yvaine, please take this as a not ideal option. But we literally pitched the crown from on high, and she takes it and fucks off to wherever. She will gather the drow that are willing to be influenced or can be influenced. At which point, we don't have to remove her from power. We remove her followers en masse. Because she will gather them. Because she will want to strike somewhere. It's not my preferred choice. But if she's going to do the effort of amassing the problem, perhaps that's advantageous.
You think this is wiser than putting the crown on my head and getting me to Vasselheim?
I don't think putting it on is going to really solve the issue. If you don it and then flee, I don't think she's going to think in as absolute terms as, oh, well, she's wearing it. Clearly, she's not taking it to Vasselheim, which she's going to.
I guess at that point she could just take me by knife point, couldn't she?
How?
You could always send her and ask if she'd be cool with that. So if we wear it and go to Vasselheim, still kill us?
Yvaine, how... If you were moving just yourself, not transporting all the rest of us, how long could you stay airbound over the course of a day?
16 hours.
Okay.
16 hours. I would have to stop.
And
Okay, so I can stay up for 4 hours, and I can do it twice without resting. So that's 8 hours, and I would have to rest, and then another 8 hours, and then have to rest again, and probably sleep.
dragons can shapeshift, yes.
You've seen him do it, so.
Yes.
Unless that was an imposture you were talking to.
That dragon was a changeling. Do you think the headmaster could pull a Beverly and pretend to be one of us?
Or, just a thought, out of left field, I could try and take the crown to Vasselheim. Through my time here, I've been learning a lot about the studies and about dragon riding. I don't know what it would take, but it could be worth the investment. And I have a way to get back here if I'm successful with that mission.
But that still takes the headmaster, yeah?
It might not. Again, I'm still learning, so I don't have all the answers yet. But
All she has is time. So,
and so do we. But I can talk to the headmaster. Like I said, I'm just learning the beginnings, and I don't know what it would take, how long I would have to study, what that would involve. But I could fly solo and then teleport myself back here.
It's an option. And it's a similar play to my thoughts, which is have someone who can stay airborne for a long time and perhaps even escape active notice, make the trip. And maybe the rest of us head down potentially to try and confront her or try and buy time and
I do feel in this situation distraction would be key. She is she is known as the inevitable end, so I don't know that we'd be able to do much other than distraction.
do I think I could? What if I carried you? What if we left the headmaster here, and I carried you? Not quite as fast as the headmaster.
I think it's all options. I think my only concern with that would be getting us back. I know that I have a means to get back.
I have a place in Bahamut.
Can't Finch summon the steed?
I can.
Don't want to get over land though.
Well, here's my thought. Glint, Nyx, prepare a list of what you need for transportation. The sigil, the chalks, whatever it is that you need. Yvaine takes Finch and goes to Vasselheim. The crown stays here. When they arrive, Yvaine acquires the items on your list. She in turn gives that to Finch, who uses whatever that she has that can bring her back here. When that takes place, we then have the chalk and the sigil material that you folks need to transport the rest of us in situ. Including the box of inevitable doom.
I agree.
That's likely a lot safer than them traveling long distances with the crown.
I'll have Zarvolg put something in really quick, where he says, I was talking to the monks and stuff. They told, I got two little ideas I'll put out there, but you all under magic. I'd bet my tracking skills in the wild against hers any day, so she might be all fast and spooky and shit, but I can make my way through the mountains and trees way faster than anyone else who isn't. I also heard from the monks or the priest or whatever, there's a village at the base of the mountain that might have horses for us to buy. We could try and outrun her with those. So just those are two options I thought I'd put out there.
I'll put money on Zai any day of the week.
Might be fast, but I know the wild's better than anyone.
Do you think you could cover our tracks?
Can't I can. I'm not right this second, but I could in the morning.
I will look at Zarvolg and say, while you can move through it, can you do it with people who have significant injury, including yourself?
Yes, as long as your injury doesn't make you slow, yeah, I should.
My only concern with that is that she found us once. She tracked us down, presumably
In midair,
in
out
midair,
of a clear blue sky, so to speak.
literally.
And in the crash, she just appeared and
We didn't even
Oh,
see her.
Please understand. In the crash, she went down with the ship. If I understand what Glint has said about ghosts and specters and what Yvaine has dug up over time, she went down with the ship. She was happy to crash because she was just going to drop off just before impact. Hitting the ground was not going to be any big deal for her. She was just going to go through it and then back up to the top. That's
No, what I mean is
all.
she found us there too. She kept finding us everywhere.
We're not that difficult to find. We were staying
No.
near the crash site because that was our locus.
Yeah, what I
Because
mean
we
to
were
say-
scattered hither and thon.
Mhm. It seems like based off of her, she's been around since the calamity. Okay, she's seen a thing or two. And I highly doubt that there's anything, regardless of our skill capabilities, that we could do to tide her off for as long as we need to, at least if we're on foot.
Well,
Also, I would suggest if we were on foot, any advantage we would gain would be lost in a rest, which means from the time we left, we would have to not rest.
I agree.
I'll throw out a quick reminder. You don't know a ton about her capabilities, but one thing that was put forth by the headmaster was that if you could manage to slay her, it wouldn't kill her indefinitely, but it would slow her down, if that is a useful tidbit of information. I'll just remind you that.
We haven't been able to do much damage, period, though.
well,
Like,
the
we
last
haven't been able
time.
to hit her because she just keeps blinking out of existence.
Exactly. How do you beat something that's able to just zoop?
Well,
We don't have a preparation for that at the moment. You know, some sort of warding circle to act as a trap, or some hallowed, sanctified ground that she can't cross. This is probably the closest to that, and why she hasn't tried to come up.
To be fair, I don't recall ever really getting a hit on her, and I do have a spell that would throttle her ability to go invisible.
mostly,
which is nice.
what she was doing, from what I could see, was moving through solid objects. The point of danger wasn't really that she could hide from us, it was that she had an abundance of places to hide in. So if we can get her on open ground...
She rose out of the ground and stabbed you, according to you.
Yes, though... I don't know for sure how long she can stay in there, if she's melding with the rock, if she's...
Does she need to rest?
I'll throw out there for you, Glint, as a quick note, because you did roll very well on her incorporeal abilities. You did get it was just like a ghost. What you know about ghosts is they can't remain inside of solid objects for long periods of time. They can move through them, so mechanically, they can move through them in the round, but if they end the round inside, I believe they get...
It's like a D10 force damage, typically.
Yeah, they take force... They take a series of... They start taking force damage if they stand inside of walls and such. So I'll have Zarvolg say, well, if we intend to outrun her, why don't we find a place where there isn't a lot of trees or stones or whatever, like a clearing or something? Set up an ambush, kick her ass.
That's my agreement.
Well, let's ask the people who've been here for a really long time if there's a battlefield that's worth the investiture.
So let me just make sure I understand sort of what we're thinking about running with. Setting up an ambush, beating her up, and then running. I'm hoping we've slowed her down enough that we can get to the city.
I don't want to make too many promises.
Would we have enough
Zarvolg
time to
that.
rest and recover from such a fight? We'd have to factor in resting after such a fight too. We won't get out completely unscathed, even if we have an advantage.
I don't think we'd want to rest at the side of it. I think we'd want to book it.
Exactly, that's a long trip.
What we don't know is a lot. You know, does she do what I remember Yvaine talking about with vampires and turn into mist and just become impossible to do anything with? Or does she retain, a corporeal form that we could then, dismember and disperse? Is it something that could be reduced to ash and then dispersed, which would eventually recoalesce? Or is she bound to a particular place like the Shade Grove? She gets destroyed here, she reappears back over there and has to retrek the distance back to here. What we don't know is a lot. But if she can be defeated and stalled because she has to recover. I don't know if her recovery is faster than our ability to recover or not. She certainly doesn't appear to need to sleep or rest. So we're hampered some by the fact that we need to. Doubly so with the people who are injured and in Orstead.
If I might
and the
ask,
idea of traveling that far. Sorry, Glint.
No good.
Well, that's right. And the idea of us traveling such a distance with people that are injured, and then we'd be exhausted after a battle. It just seems much more difficult that way.
So, if we wanted to be as safe as possible, but a little suicidal about it, we could always have someone split off and leave, but that doesn't seem the ideal outcome. From what people...
Zarvolg wrote, they're just trying to help. Zarvolg will say, "Look, I've been in the wilds for a long while, and if there's one thing I know as a hunter, it's the lone wolf who gets fucking dead. It's the pack that's safe. And when she's so good at finding you and killing you when you least expect it, it's probably not a good idea for us to all run off by ourselves."
Correct.
Yeah, no, he's right.
Which does lead to the follow-up of the next best option being to lay a trap or an ambush and to try and temporarily discorporate, slay, incapacitate her. Actually, we could just knock her unconscious, couldn't we? If the whole threat is that she can't die, then just don't kill her.
I have no idea how those sorts of things work.
Well, these might be good questions for the headmaster. He seems to have encountered this she-devil before. He might have better insight on these little things.
It would, and it's just an idle thought. The other that I'm considering is if she can't seem to magically sense the crown and is reliant on us telling her where it is, We could just give her a fake.
I feel like she
I
would
like
know.
that idea.
I feel like she would know it wasn't the right one.
Would she? Nyx convinced her that it was taken by a dragon.
It was taken
To
by
be
a
fair,
dragon.
that was truth,
But
though.
would you believe that if someone told you that?
Ooh, you're gonna send Nixon?
We could cover it with the goo.
the goo.
The goo.
It wouldn't be
Well, I'll
hard
tell
to
you-
do. Oh, go ahead.
I'll tell you guys what, as it is getting a little bit late.
Yeah.
You guys have been given a very difficult ultimatum. You have a choice to make, and you have plans to make. You have the factors. You just need to puzzle out the best way to survive the inevitable end, the assassin queen of Lolth. And perhaps you might take time to maybe message a little bit about that during the week, if you want to, and resolve the conversation when your ranger is here. Because I feel like in a mad dashing slog through the wilds of Cilraketh, I feel like the knowledge of a ranger would be good, and I don't want to make too many promises on his behalf. So
Yeah.
why don't we pick up the rest of this debate of survival next session, as it is getting a little bit late. But
Fair enough.
man, good. I thought it was a good session, guys.
That was
I love
amazing.
the role play.